Actually, absolutely. So I'm actually doing something crazy right now. Hayden's helping me out with it, but this is Varun. He's former board member, former CC. Um, I think actually, absolutely. Oh my gosh. So I didn't mean to be live streaming a combo right now, but
Check 1, 2. All right. Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? Woo! Okay. Welcome back to the conference. What's up? Oh, the camera's here. All right. Welcome back to the conference. We hope whether you've had a wild night at the Colonnade Bar or if you've stayed up working on homework very, very late like me, you're back and ready to learn more about UAEM and the fight for equitable access to medicine. So I'll hand it off to Ashish to kind of just go through our agenda for today, and then we'll get right in. All right? Sounds good? Cool.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming. I hope the bagels were good. So today for the agenda, we have a pretty full pack of things to do. We're going to start off with the student panel. We'll have a lot of our student leaders from across the country come and kind of talk about their work. After that, we'll have a breakout session, and we're going to go into our keynote speaker, who is Dr. JC Mugunga, who is the Chief Medical Officer at Partners in Health. And then after that, we're going to have lunch in tandem with the poster session. So as you can see, there's some amazing posters on the wall, and we'll get a chance to look at that, have some of our students speak about their work while getting some food. After that, we're going to take a group photo, get everyone together. We'll have 2 more breakout sessions throughout the day, and we'll finish off with the plenary panel, which is mandatory, so we can bring everyone back here and have a good time, and then we'll finish off with dinner. So get excited, and we have some pretty cool stuff going on today.
Ooh. All right. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce the next person coming to introduce the next panel. Her name is Hannah Wu. She is our chapter co-president, and she's done a lot in organizing all of this conference, finding the speakers, just doing a lot of stuff. So I'd like to give a round of applause for Hannah to come up and introduce the speakers.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for being here. So I'd like to invite up our next panel, student panel. Yeji is a 4th-year undergraduate at McGill University majoring in physiology. She's been an active member of UAM since 2020 and joined the North American Coordinating Committee in 2021. At the McGill chapter, Yeji is leading in web development and donations tracking platform. As part of the CC, she's also involved with the Empowerment Committee. So can we welcome up Yeji? I'd like to also welcome up Nick, who is a 2nd-year undergraduate student at Ohio State University. He's majoring in biomedical sciences with a minor in pharmaceutical sciences. And he's been involved in starting the OSU chapter with UAM and joined the North American Coordinating Committee in 2023. So let's invite up Nick. Victoria is a senior at the University of Western Ontario. It's a mouthful. Majoring in chemistry and biology. She grew up in Hong Kong, where access to essential medical services was limited. Can we invite up Victoria as well? And finally, Pranav, who is part of the UNC Chapel Hill, started up that chapter and has been involved with organizing and starting the ETAF and AAP with UNC Chapel Hill. Could we invite up Pranav as well? All right. Amazing. So thank you everyone for being here. Why don't we go around and start first with introducing ourselves. Could you guys state your name, your year, your major, and then walk us briefly through how you discovered UAM, why you decided to get involved, and what has kept you going?
Hey, hi. I'm Pranav Pinapala. I'm a 2nd-year student at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I'm majoring in public policy and public health. I discovered UAM because during the COVID-19 pandemic, I realized a lot of the inequities globally with access to vaccines, and that kind of led me to more articles and information about unaffordability of drugs, prescription drugs within the United States, uh, mainly insulin, and realizing the way our patent system is structured. It was kind of frustrating, and I was working with a student advocacy group on doing a healthcare advocacy panel, and Justin was actually on that panel. It was really, really cool to see him. And from him, we were able to go to something called the RX Allies, which almost was like a secret society. I was like, wow, something like this exists. But that led me to UAEM and realizing that, oh, I can make a change as a college student within a global health. So that was how I discovered UAEM.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria. I go to Western University in Ontario. I'm a 6th-year student. I'm doing chemistry and biology. I switched major a couple times. I discovered UAEM when I was at the student fair in 2nd year. I wanted to get involved with Western. And like Hannah mentioned, I grew up in Hong Kong where accessibility to medicine is very limited to a lot of people. And my dad had liver cancer, so I really got that firsthand experience. And that's actually why I moved to Canada. And so when I know more about UAEM, I know what it does, how we advocate and kind of reduce the health disparities. Like I know that it is something that I'm very passionate about. So I've been with UAEM for 4 years now, and I'm very happy to be here today.
Hey everyone, my name is Nick Marshall. I'm a current 2nd-year undergraduate at the Ohio State University. I originally got involved with UAEM. Sorry, I should mention my major. I'm majoring in biomedical science. I originally got involved in UAEM when some upperclassmen within my program kind of pitched an organization to my class of cohort peers, and I was really drawn in by like the student-centered movement and just kind of like the ability to make local change at our institutions where we like sleep, eat, work, live, and kind of like develop as young adults. But that change in a community that we are so deeply invested in has a global impact, and just kind of the whole idea of using our position as students to kind of really not only improve our own university's practice, but really make sure that our universities are held accountable for their global public health missions and stuff like that was something that really drew me in. Was something I not had previous exposure to, was something I did not really realize that I had a power to do as my student. And what's kind of kept me going is the people in this room right here, the wide network of similarly motivated students that are dedicated to making these hard changes at their own localized level to really like come together collectively to make these global impacts of something that's really unique.
Hi everyone, my name is Yeji Song. I'm a 4th year at McGill University, majoring in physiology. I've been part of UAM since 2020, and how I found out about UAM was through a club fair, which was pretty awkward because it had to be done online because of the pandemic. So it was just nice to roam around like that online platform. But what drew me to UAM was sort of the multidisciplinary aspect of it. It's really while it's mostly focused on healthcare, we need expertise in, for example, policy, law, biomedical sciences, and in some aspects, business as well, how a business operates. So that really got me interested in the club, and I have been part of it ever since.
Great. And could we just hold the applause till the end? Yeah, I loved everything that they said. I'm Hannah. I'm a junior at the Hopkins chapter, majoring in medicine, science, and humanities and anthropology. And so my story actually with finding UAM was I started as an engineering major, and I wanted to do something with biomedical engineering, and then did a summer program where I was living with low-income community. And that changed my heart for the type of person I wanted to be. And I came in as an engineering major and also pre-med, which is a very hard combo. props to people that do that, but could not be me. Yeah, but pre-med, and then found UAM through another pre-med organization, and it was actually Tayaba, if she's in the room, but she was organizing a COVID-19 rally. And I was like, wow, there are people that care about access to medicines and are like creative and protest too. Like that is exactly what I wanted to do. So that is how I got involved with UAM. But I loved everything that they said here. There's UAM encompasses a variety of backgrounds with law and policy, and it's really the students here that sustain it. So the next question is, can you guys tell us about your experience starting or sustaining your chapter? What was the hardest part about starting your chapter or sustaining it, and what were some challenges that you faced along the way? Yeah.
So, to be honest, the hardest part about starting a chapter is actually starting it. So the biggest issue that I had with starting the UAM chapter was a lot of resistance from the club kind of structure and the organizations that would approve clubs on campus. They kept pointing at like issues within our constitution, and then we were trying to reach out to the tech transfer office during that time because actually getting the organization approved was a delay. And it was so exciting when I got an email saying, okay, we can meet on like Monday, and that Monday it's been like 4 weeks. So what I realized is with technology transfer office, it keeps getting postponed, and that's a really frustrating process. There's a lot of resistance between students and the people that actually are selling those biomedical licenses. So starting the chapter, that's one big issue, is actually getting things going. But another one is actually being able to frame the issue in a way that's appealing to students. I mean, students are busy in almost every single major. So I think the hardest part is actually getting people that are dedicated and motivated, actually want to join the community. And I think that was the biggest challenge in finding people that could do that. And I think now actually having some people that are really interested and motivated in helping sustain the chapter, it's really inspiring, and I hope to actually sustain the chapter and keep it going because this work is really, really important.
I actually didn't start a chapter, but I've been president second year in a row now, and I think the biggest challenge probably like trying to meet the expectation or continue the work that the presidents in the past have been working on, and then find ways to improve that, and that include like restructuring the club. And we have different committees, like we have access, we have advocacy and events. I guess just trying to like navigate how we could best use each committee and like focus on that. Like we structure advocacy for external work, so doing A2M week, coming to conference like this, and then having access to work internally at Western, how we can implement ETAF, which is probably the biggest challenge. And my amazing VP, Vanessa, is in the room right now, and she's been working so hard to work on the ETAF report for the past couple of years. And so this year actually is our first year to actually put that into action and reaching out to hopefully the technology transfer office. We reached out to Megan, we reached out to Justin and Celine to kind of see like what ways we could get people's attention and how we could move forward. And that's like the one big challenge that I feel like we've been postponing or like don't really know how to navigate it. And like he said, I think hardest way is to get people engaged, especially when people at the student fair, a lot of people just sign up for clubs and they don't show up and no one answered to emails. And I would be posting things, spamming people's phone, and no one just show up. And so like finding ways to get people engaged and like really finding people who are passionate about it, to actually put in the work, I think is a really big challenge as well. And I'm sure it's like a really big challenge for other clubs. And yeah.
I would definitely have to echo what they both just said about trying to meet people where they're at, because we have to kind of really take this big idea that we've gained a lot of comfort with, and that's super complex, multiple layers, kind of simplify that down and pitch it to someone who might be passionate about it, but you don't really know in what capacity or like personal experience that they have that kind of really drives them to be motivated. about access to medicines. And so then trying to find a way to like reframe this issue and pitch it to them in a way that they might understand, or kind of meeting them where they're at currently within like the learning curve is definitely like a challenge, especially at like club involvement fairs when like someone's just passing by and you have like 20 seconds to sum up this whole like 20+ year organization, this whole movement that's kind of on a global scale. It's a really complex process, but and just kind of additionally, like an ongoing challenge. Like, okay, so we have this idea, people can get passionate about it, but just a lot of times when I've like tried to engage new people, are like, okay, so what exactly specifically would I be participating with this organization? Which is a very valid question. So it kind of takes a little bit of like hauling on like my own end to kind of like map out these project set goals and like kind of get started. So that way, when I do make these pitches and I'm able to like establish those connections with new students, I can like specifically point out different opportunities for them to pursue. So like more recently, I've been like, oh, like, well, we're transitioning to like the new US report card, and like you have the ability to collaborate with students from across North America, kind of like emphasize like the issue of like global health grades and stuff like that. Oh, we're also starting like a state policy team with our Ohio like Medicare Medicaid office to kind of increase like prescription drug affordability for families on Medicare. Oh, we're also interested in clinical trials transparency, and we kind of started to already like work on this, so that way they have multiple opportunities to engage in a way that they feel comfortable and that they have like the bandwidth for, but then also just kind of like to kind of like take their enthusiasm and have multiple different outlets for them to pursue that in has been really essential.
Yeah, I completely agree with what all you guys said here. And I feel like this idea of having multiple outlets for people to get engaged in is really important, because like as a club leader, of course, you want members that are engaged in the projects, that are very active in the projects. But once you recruit those people, then I feel like it's also the executive's job to provide projects, tangible things that they can work on, which admittedly it's sort of difficult to do in the nature of UAM, because like Nick mentioned, there is that learning curve. So I'm not sure if we're on to tips yet, but like a slight tip, I guess, would be to really expedite that process in the beginning. Get that, make sure everyone is educated on UAN's principles from like the start of the meetings, so that you can really get them going in the projects. And just having those outlets, it doesn't have to be literal projects. It can just be, for example, elevator pitches, practicing elevator pitches about UAM within a club setting where people can like can feel safe to make mistakes and learn and grow ultimately. So like having that multiple outlets, I feel like it's really important, and getting those engaged members, I completely agree, is the most difficult part of starting a club or relaunching a club, which was sort of my case at McGill.
Yeah, I love that. I would also just add that the hardest part with starting the Hopkins chapter is the learning curve of getting, what is ETAF, what is AAP, what is licensing, why should I care about licensing? And it took a year for us to even like learn all the language around it. So I would also just say that like for chapter members who are trying to start a new chapter, yeah, I think taking the time to really learn the language around it and learn your why is super important in sustaining the chapter. And then also it reminds me, many of what you guys said also reminded me of what the alumni panel speakers are saying about reframing the issue in a way that gets people to care. So many of you guys talked about the different projects that the UAM is currently involved with, from licensing to clinical trials transparency. There's so many avenues that people can care. So thank you all for that. So what are you most proud of accomplishing through UAM, and how have you guys grown as an individual? Maybe we can start with Yeji this time.
I guess I'm also part of the McGill chapter as well as the CC. So it's kind of twofold. As part of the CC, I think one of the biggest accomplishments, along with the empowerment team, like Nick here, is starting the chapter engagement program. And I'm sure some of you guys have been on that program, but it's basically sort of a boot camp to get those club executives really educated with UAM in a very systematized manner, so that we schedule a meeting with you guys and try to coordinate chapter specific goals, chapter specific logistics as well, all the steps that you need to accomplish anyway. But we do that in a systematized manner so that everyone's on board. Another benefit of the chapter engagement program, sorry for plugging our program here, but it's also you get put in a cohort with other chapters that are starting. So you don't feel alone. And of course, you're not alone in this journey. Everyone is in this together, so you get to share your struggles. In terms of as a member of the McGill chapter, I would say is starting a web development project called Donations Tracker, which is basically a platform to track donations within Montreal. It started out as a platform to track personal protective equipment during the pandemic, but since the pandemic, at least in the Montreal area, has subsided, we switched platforms to broaden the scope to include all sorts of donations. And this idea actually started with the Innovate for Health project, which I think is led by Johns Hopkins here. So yeah, that was pretty fun and interesting.
Similar to Yeji, I also serve on the empowerment team on the coordinating committee, along with being a member of the Ohio State chapter. So I guess I'll start in reverse order. Through the Ohio State chapter, I'd say I'm most proud of engaging in a talk with our technology commercialization office. We had a talk, I think, 2 weeks ago from this coming Monday, which we had a previous conversation with them, and then we kind of got ghosted. And then it turns out they didn't tell anyone, but the head of the office switched, so we kind of had to start from ground zero again, which was a little unfortunate. But the two chapter leaders that met with them last year were abroad on a trip, so it was all up to me, and I was like super nervous going into it. I was like, oh my God, like this is my first time I actually have to like do this all by myself. Like no Justin, like no Dave to support me. Like, can I do this? And then I went in there and they asked like really good questions, and I felt surprisingly confident in my ability to answer them. And it was also great to have Andy there from MPP to kind of answer the more legal questions that I was severely underprepared for. So that was like really reassuring that like they were listening and that they do care like about UAM and kind of like what I had to say in my perspective as a student. So that was like a really reaffirming experience of kind of like why I'm passionate about pursuing this. With the empowerment team, Yeji mentioned kind of starting the chapter engagement program, but I'd say I'm most proud of like the success of the chapter engagement program just this year. Since I'm still in my first year of the coordinating committee, I'm confident to say we have somewhere between 15 and 20 new chapters that we've reached out to and helped establish this new year between North America and or between US and Canada, which is a like really large number. And it's really encouraging that we were able to get such great engagement from a lot of new institutions or institutions that previously had chapters. And it's just, again, like also really affirming that this is a mission that other students care about. And it's really kind of like up to us to make sure that they have all the tools and resources and connections necessary to let their passions flourish.
I think I'm the most proud of for Western is probably just having the club expanded a little bit. UAM wasn't really that well known at Western. It's a pretty small club. And I do think that our members have expanded a lot. And also like reaching out to the like the chapters here because we were one of the very few Canadian chapters. And so we didn't really reach out to others, and especially like with the North American chapters, like being here today is not really something that we even thought about. And so in the past years, like I started talking to Justin a bit more, trying to get ourselves more involved with like the organization as a whole. So that's definitely like something that I'm very proud of. And then also, like I've mentioned, with the ETAF paper and the Global Health Report, we've been working on so hard on it for the past few years. My VP's been editing, updating, and not really knowing what to do, how to navigate it. And so this year we're really at the finish line of publishing it and getting professors and researchers to recognize it and really put it into action, which is I think is a really huge breakthrough for UAEM and just for Western in general. Yeah, so I think that's that.
I mean, we just started the chapter, but I think something that I would say proud of in the health advocacy movement itself and within starting the UAM chapter and being involved with it is actually when I was working with Generation Patient, which is a health advocacy firm. A big thing was actually being able to get new upcoming high school students and university students involved in the Access to Medicines movement. Involved in something we had called the Health Policy Scholars Program. So I think the same thing applies to kind of what I've been doing or what our chapter has been doing the past 2 months at UAM is being able to get members, being able to accumulate them by actually connecting them emotionally, connecting them neurologically. I think it's really important to like frame the issue properly. When I'm talking with econ students, I'm talking about the inefficiency of our patent system, the misuse of taxpayer funds. Misuse is probably not the right word. When I'm talking to political science students, I'm talking about legislation. When I'm talking to pre-med students, we're talking about clinical trial transparency. We're talking about the interaction between doctors and patients, medical ethics. I think that's a big thing is being able to actually connect them to the issue at a core level, because once they're connected with it, they will actually continue to advocate for the issue, whether or not they're involved in the chapter. It's something that now that it's within their stream of consciousness. They're actually they want and most people that I talk to actually want to get involved the minute they're connected. So I think the biggest thing I'm proud of is actually being able to frame the issue to different people within UAM and outside too.
Wow. Yeah, all these people here are super, super humble. So yeah, I think even the way that you guys, what you're most proud of is sustaining and sharing the voices of people who, who change your lives. It's incredible to see, and this is why we're here. And I would just say, I guess for me, my most, I think what I'm most proud of achieving through UAM is actually, I would just say having fun. And because I think it is really hard to keep pushing for policy in a sustainable way. Sometimes you lose sight of the vision. And for us, it was when at the Hopkins chapter, we organized the Clinical Trials Transparency Rally in front of FDA. And that was something that I didn't think that we could do because at Hopkins, oftentimes we're not really involved politically, I would say. There's a lot of people who care about medicine, but organizing a protest is something that we don't see often. So it was drafting those posters and figuring out the logistical things of like, where do we show up in front of the FDA doors? So yeah, that is something that I look back on with fond memories. Okay, so you told us what you guys are most proud of accomplishing. So what do you guys foresee yourselves doing in 4 to 5 years, and where does UAM align with all that?
In 4 to 5 years, it's a long time. I hope to be in maybe law school. That is something that I'm currently interested in. I have kind of like a general vision. I want to work with the Federal Trade Commission to go after drug patents that are being misused. There's an issue called evergreening, which is basically, misusing. I mean, it's pretty much misusing, making minor modifications to currently existing drugs in order to extend the lifetime exclusivity of a drug and hike up the price. So the Federal Trade Commission has actually been going after pharmaceuticals with that, and that just sounds so exciting to do that in antitrust law. So I hope 4 to 5 years I'm in law school studying, focus on health law, and actually work towards making medications more affordable and accessible.
Wow, that sounds amazing. Now I'm like, I don't know what to say about mine. Well, I apply to be physician assistant. So I've always wanted to be in medicine because like I said, like growing up in Hong Kong and like having that first experience with my dad. And so I knew I always wanted to be in medicine. So hopefully in 4 or 5 years, I'll be a physician assistant and meanwhile also contributing to UAM. So even though I'm graduating, I've talked to Justin before that, like whatever grad school that I go to, whether it's U of T, Manitoba, I really hope to start a chapter if there isn't one. And if there is one, I hope to be a part of or even be on the committee team at UAM. Is the club that I've been for the past 4 years, and it's the club that I wish to be a part of for many years to come, to see the growth and the impact of everyone in my club and everyone on the board, seeing like how the impact that we actually see and everyone working hard towards such an amazing cause is not something that you really see in other clubs. So it makes it very unique. And yeah, like I hope to, whatever career I do end up in, that I could still be a part of UAM.
In 4 to 5 years, yeah, that does seem like a really long time away. I foresee myself hopefully in an MD PhD program, because I do really value like connections with patients and just like getting to know them and their stories and like kind of working together to improve their immediate health. I feel like UAM fits in with that. Because what I've kind of learned from hearing physician speakers is that it's one thing to kind of like get their history, understand their symptoms and like what they're going through, identify like the cause or make a diagnosis, and then come up with a treatment plan. And then in like a physician's mind, that might be like the end of the story. It's like, okay, like I figured out a way how to help this patient in the best way I can. But from the patient perspective, things like cost and accessibility for medications can still be a hurdle to accessing this care and improving their health. And it's just kind of like a frustrating idea that like we can have a solid plan in place and that we have therapeutics available to help improve health, but something like cost is withholding that health and well-being from a person. And I'm a firm believer that everyone has the right to be healthy and have like a peace of mind in every capacity possible. And I feel like UAM as perspective, or UAM will help me with that perspective of, okay, just because I was able to find a medication to prescribe, that's not the end of the story. That doesn't mean that this patient is completely taken care of. And I feel like there's other things that go on with like legislation and policies that also play into making sure that this full treatment plan and caring for a patient holistically is taken care of and achievable.
It's really difficult to follow up with these answers. And in 4 to 5 years, I would see myself in an MD program because I do want to pursue in medicine. While that might not be my direct path right now, I do want to pursue in medicine in the future. And of course, all the principles of access to medicine, healthcare equity that I've learned at UAM will always be in my heart with wherever the future takes me.
Yeah, so we have someone trying to go down and work at the FTC. We have medicine, becoming a PA. Yeah, and for myself, I would just say similarly, becoming a physician, but still keeping the values of UAM and thinking about who has access to medicines, and who are we really serving, keeping that throughout. The type of physician I want to be and the type of person I want to be too. So I guess a final question is, what area would you guys like to see UAM grow in? And some of us are still students, so we can totally still achieve those things. But what's a practical piece of advice you would like to offer to someone starting a chapter or looking to get involved with UAM? And maybe we can start with, yeah, on that side with this.
I guess just coming from a person on the empowerment team, just to see more chapters grow in North America would be really great. I know this year we're focusing primarily on US chapters because our primary focus was Canadian chapters last year. But yeah, and also I guess just kind of a personal hope, it would be to see some of the OG chapters come back, the chapters that were more active before the pandemic, but of course the pandemic put a toll on everyone. The what we call like the vertical transmission just kind of got cut off in some of those chapters, for example. Yeah, so just having those OG chapters come back would be really great. And also maybe to see more also potentially regional collaboration, because I know like in the States and in Canada as well, there's a lot of state level and provincial health policies that are different from the federal level. So having that regional collaboration, I feel like would be really cool.
Okay, so my idea for this answer just got scooped by Yeji. So I was also going to emphasize like the inner chapter collaboration, because at least from an empowerment perspective, it's like a chapter reaches out to us and then we connect them with a network, where I kind of feel like we could create an environment on some sort of platform where chapters have open, like unrestricted access to each other and can like facilitate their own collaborations without having to like come through the barrier of finding like a coordinating committee or contact, or like going through Justin like that to foster more of those like regional or like even national like collaborations. I feel like that's something that the empowerment team is currently has in mind, and we're trying to like brainstorm some ideas of how to facilitate those connections. And I guess one piece of advice I'd leave for chapter members is find your support network, whether it's you're starting a new chapter and it's you and your best friend or your roommate, something like that, or it's just you and you have the support of the coordinating committee, Justin, whatever leaders you have, to kind of help overcome some of those initial burdens and kind of help eventually expand your network. But really having people that you can rely on and bounce ideas off of and keep you motivated is really essential early on in your chapter progress, but also at any point in this journey.
Kind of what they said already. I guess like more of the chapters that were closed down because of COVID come back, and like hopefully more chapters will be open in Canada and more collaboration between chapters for that. And then in terms of advice, I think just I guess be patient. I know it's a very long progress, and I've been in the club for like 4 years now. It takes time, it takes effort, and you're gonna hit roadblocks and stuff, but you just gotta keep going. And like Nick said, like build a community, like really, like I know it's hard to like find people that are engaged, but if you have like even 2-3 core people, that's really all you need. And like even a student fair, and it's hard to stop someone and like trying to convince them or talk to them about UAM, but if you get to talk to one person that day, you're still building a community with that one person, and just kind of like gotta have that attitude, just keep going and know that like if you're passionate about it, like you can make a difference. It might take a year or two, but that's okay as long as you do get to do what you want and you do see a small change, a small difference. Like that's still a victory that you should celebrate.
Yeah, it's really hard to follow up with all that. I think one thing that I really liked about UAM is like just the number of chapters you already have, and seeing more chapters would be like really great. I'm from North Carolina and I'm from UNC, so I'd like to see a Duke chapter for sure. I think that's a big thing. And then another thing is I think when starting a chapter, I love the way UAM focuses on actually research first and then advocacy, because advocacy without research and actually knowing the core of the issue is kind of not as productive as it could be. So I think UAM is doing a great job in that, and I'd hope to replicate that in my chapter and other chapters too, to actually ensure that the chapter leaders and the core executive team, the members, everyone knows what we're fighting for, why it's so important, and actually getting out there and being able to advocate for it within our time at college and the years beyond.
Yeah, I love that. The only thing I would add is learn about the history and the legacy of UAM. As like an anthropology major, I think history is super important. But the history of UAM is one that is rooted in the sciences, but also rooted in research and creative activism. So when I've heard stories and how people got around hurdles, or the ways that people have navigated talking to the tech transfer office. It's like that sort of history of UAM is one that like inspires me. And also we have the opportunity to extend that legacy and change, change what UAM focuses on as well with new campaigns. So that is the only thing that I would add to everything else that has been said. But yeah, I would like to turn this time now to questions and from the audience. So if anyone has anything for these student leaders up here, yeah, we can pass a mic around.
The audience?
The audience.
Okay. It's like passing out.
So I feel like for what I heard from a lot of you, it seems like you guys are in pretty new chapters or like you guys have just started them or revamped them. What's your vision for like, what do you ideally want your chapter to look like? Because when you graduate, like what do you hope is the effect? What do you hope it'll become actually?
I can go first with that. So, I mean, of course, I guess it's a very natural human thing where if you started that chapter, you've invested a lot, you would like to see it grow more once you graduate. Because I mean, most like student leaders here, we're bound to graduate sometime. So we do have to leave our chapter. So one tip I would have for that is this actually helped with my chapter, and I've seen this in a lot of chapters as well. Have at least one of your executive team members, or it doesn't have to even be on the executive board, any member on your chapter join the coordinating committee. So for those of you who don't know, the coordinating committee, or we call it the CC, is it's a group of students that organize the North American wide campaigns, like strategize those North American wide campaigns. And at least having that one member makes the club so much more connected to the larger UAN network. And it really motivates and drives your club to be more and more engaged throughout the process. So at least I feel like, I don't know if this was the answer you're looking for, but yeah, just having that connection, I feel like it's really helpful.
To kind of add to that, I'd say, one, getting like a solid project like structure and like goal setup is something that we're always like striving for and trying to refine and improve. But additionally, long term, I kind of want it to be a like community, because I guess like when thinking about like how to pitch, the idea of like, oh, like come do one meeting a week and work on a project for an hour is like not necessarily the most appealing idea to pitch. So like having kind of maintaining balance between like having a really passionate group of students working towards these projects while alternating it with like other club related things, because we are mostly like college students. So like having speakers, social events, and being invested in each other's lives outside of just like the like scope of the projects is something that will ultimately help those projects, because again it's just about like establishing our relationships with others and making sure that that aspect of like what we do is also taken care of. So that's something that I also want to see flourish over the next few years.
For Western, I think just getting that ETAP implemented at Western research is something that I really hope to accomplish this year in the next couple of years. And then, like Nick was saying, just continue building that community, because it is a very ambitious club and policy driven, things like that. And so instead of like having people to just work on projects, we've been actually introducing like volunteering opportunities, so ways that we can still socialize, but we are still getting involved with some sort of communities in a way. Like recently, we donated a bunch of different care kits for the like different unhoused community in London, and so things like that really did keep people engaged and come to our meetings. And then from there, we could educate them more about UAEM and kind of expand that community. So hopefully in the next couple years, UAEM Western will continue to grow and maybe collaborate with other chapters in Canada, coming to the conference again next year, things like that, something that I hope to see.
Yeah, so just starting our chapter, so by the time I graduate, hopefully, we have more connections within UNC itself, actually able to connect with the tech transfer office, having contacts with the public health school, maybe the public policy school, being able to come to UAM conferences. I'd like to bring more people from my chapter to the conference, and I just like to see, as they all said, the chapter just grow, the community grow. I think that'd be really, really exciting to see.
Yeah, I think for the Hopkins chapter, I would like to see us have more collaborations between like public health students, grad students, and also not just undergrad students. We've sort of dipped our toes in a lot of the different campaigns going on at Hopkins, or at least with UAM. We have Gabe, who's literally works at the tech transfer office. We have we have one of our good friends now, who you'll also hear from in the next panel, Tony Keys, who runs the clinical trials at Hopkins. So we have people who are also involved in the clinical trials transparency and prioritizes that. So we've dipped our toes in a lot of different campaigns. But I think seeing that pan out, it would be totally cool to see an ETAF, the Equitable Technology Access Framework, implemented at Hopkins as well. But yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
I was wondering, like, so far all the advice and comments have been great. Could you kind of lead me through the start of the project to the end of like the project you're proudest of working on, how you had the idea, and then how you implemented it and brought it to
Is there any project that you're more interested in?
just whatever your proudest.
I mean, like I said, when we talked about the accomplishments, I guess for me would be the chapter engagement program or the web development project, the Nations Tracker. They're very different in nature and trying to see how to I guess make this more relevant across all chapters. So maybe I'll talk about like the chapter engagement program. So what we first did was we wanted to first, I feel like with any project, you need to really come together as a team and solidify your goal. What is the purpose of this project? What do we want to get out of this project? And having those things aligned across all team members, I feel like facilitates the future conversations in a much more smooth way. And then once we did that, then we decided, okay, so we want to educate chapters in a very basically put them through like a boot camp, like a pipeline. So to do this, we need to first introduce them to UAM. Then, okay, what else do chapters also need help in? Usually when they ask us questions, well, they need help on getting familiar with UAM campaigns, for example, the report card, ETAF, the clinical trials campaign. So we'll do a seminar on that. And then chapters also, once they have an idea of which campaigns to work on, now we need to get into the specifics. So how many executive positions will this chapter have? How who will be the president? How many meetings should the chapter have weekly meetings or monthly meetings? Because these things really depend on the culture of that specific campus. So yeah, so you decide, come together on what the purpose is, then you plan it out. And then the next step would be to actually execute the project, which I feel like personally is one of the most difficult parts of the project, because now you're done with the theory. Now you really need to get to the practical aspects of things. So, when we're trying to recruit chapters, I mean, Nick is doing this amazing job right now, just mass emailing out to all universities and really trying to also on our end make sure that all of these seminars are scheduled and notified to the chapters in a timely manner so that we also respect your guys' time. So like, yeah, I guess that's how the entire chapter engagement program got planned. Do you have anything else to add?
On like the empowerment side, I think Yeji did a really like solid job of like kind of mapping out, I guess, like a broader scope of like how we kind of manage our goals and stuff like that. I just want to emphasize again, like what is the end goal, and then like what is the route that we want to take to get there, and then what is 1 month of progress, what is 6 months, what is 1 year, and like the steps that we have to take to get there. But kind of through pursuing that, I guess like my example is engaging in the talk with the TCO at Ohio State. When we were in that period of, we were like, okay, to implement the AP, we need to talk to our TCO. Even to get in contact with our TCO, we need to email them. We're probably not going to get responses. So every 2 weeks, we're going to send up a follow-up. But when that was kind of stalling, and we found out that the head had changed, it's like, okay, so we can still push this, but we can't just like keep stalling at this one point. So like just kind of naturally with any projects, it's like, what other alternative route can we take to also work towards and move that benchmark towards our end goal? So for us, that was collaborating with our student journal, like our student newspaper. And we've been working since September, October with a reporter to put together this like large like project that we're hoping to get published by the end of the semester to kind of we're like, okay, so we kind of need to rally more student engagement on campus around this issue. What's an effective way other than just sending out emailing lists and stuff like that? What's a common form of media that students from the business school, from engineering, from humanities will engage and see this issue and maybe take time to like consider? And we felt that the student newspaper was like the most effective way. So we've been kind of working to make it like a larger project. Like she's interviewed Justin, she's interviewed Megan, I believe, about this issue to kind of like get all these perspectives. And we're finally like starting to wrap it up. And now hopefully with that publishing, we're going to try and focus more on like getting more faculty engaged, because there's been some talks about like open science at our university, like open publishing, stuff like that. How can we tie in like access to medicines to kind of get more like a faculty report around the implementation of the AP to kind of make the case stronger of like why they should kind of consider this. So it's just natural with any project, you'll have one like direct path that you're aiming for to get there, but then just naturally when you encounter like these stalling points or these road barriers, like you should actively be seeking out like other realistic and like achievable ways to kind of circumnavigate this almost, but then collectively they will all like kind of help move that like barrier farther and closer towards your end goal. And that's kind of like the exciting part of doing these projects, is because you can plan them out and then they'll just take so many unexpected turns and like establish so many unexpected like relationships and collaborations and stuff like that. And then kind of like looking back and seeing like everything you've done to like get to the point where you're at now, where it's like your goals feel a lot more like tangible and achievable. It's like a really rewarding experience.
That was a really good answer. For Western, I would say like the big project that we're working on is getting ETAP implemented. Vanessa have been working really hard on editing the report, and I feel like we didn't really know how to navigate it, like I said. And so I think this year, in order to really push that project through, we kind of discussed what we want to accomplish this year. And in the beginning, like we kind of talk about like getting it updated, editing it, and then kind of reaching out to external resources to see how we could go about that and setting goals. And so we set a goal of publishing it by the end of this month, reaching out to people. We took advice from Megan, Justin, Celine, of reaching out to researchers that are associated with this kind of topic who might be interested. And the committee worked really hard to just reach out, like literally mass emailing a bunch of people, and we got really good responses. And so I think when it comes to a project like this, it's very important to know about the project, getting educated about like what ETAP is, different aspects of it, and setting goals, and reach out to resources. I feel like it's something that we didn't really do in the past. And so this year that ones that we actually reach out to resources and like people that have experience doing this was really helpful. And yeah.
Yeah, so we haven't worked on that many projects yet. We are kind of looking into ETAF, but focusing on the report card, that is something that the report card project, I thought that was something interesting that we are looking into right now. During I think 2020, COVID-19's report, UNC's report card for COVID-19 specifically was a big F, and I think it was really funny looking at that. And I spoke with Professor Meyer at our university, and he was basically roasting UNC on its licensing policies and COVID-19 access throughout Twitter for like almost 2 years. So going to him and finding people on campus that are already kind of involved in focusing on health inequity, focusing in areas like that. I think that was something that really helped kind of like streamline any sort of project that we are interested in. And I hope to do something similar for clinical trials and ETAF.
This is actually a great question to keep in mind, because at the end of the conference, Justin will be leading a build your own workshop that will take you from basically teaching you how to build a campaign. I think most of these student leaders here have talked about like figuring out who your target audience is, who can you leverage, and who are your allies, and also like setting the short term and the long term and the middle term goals as well. And those are things that Justin will talk about in the final workshop. So stay tuned for that on Sunday. I think we have maybe time for one more question.
So my question pertains to your role as student leaders, and I wanted to ask kind of personally what kind of approaches and philosophies you all adopt in order to shape your team around you. And in that sense, for me, it seems really important to have people that inspire you and kind of push you to have good ideas. That's what's important for growth. So I was wondering what you look for specifically in organizations you might partner with on your campuses, and just people in general that you want to have more involved in your service.
Cool. Does anyone want to start first?
I could start.
Go for it.
Sure. So I think mainly when we're looking to like partner with other organizations or having new leaders within our organization itself, kind of philosophy is that if first of all the person you're looking for, if they're already clearly interested, like first of all find people that are actually motivated, disciplined, have an emotional connection with the issue. I think when that's kind of settled, you can actually start working and believing in other people. And I think giving them a big philosophy that I have is giving your executive members just the freedom to do what they want to do, to let them figure things out on their own. Because the truth is, a lot of what UAEM has been through, again, with research and advocacy, is about just people doing what they believe is right. People fighting for justice, people standing up for issues that are relevant on a global level. And I think just giving people the freedom to explore on their own and actually take up causes and fight for what they believe in, I think that is the best philosophy in terms of actually leading the chapter. So obviously you need to find people like that. And I think just when you do though, it's very efficient. And another thing is when you're looking to partner with other organizations, a big thing that I did notice is seeing that they have a similar kind of discipline that you have. Setting up a chapter is a lot. Setting up a chapter and actually sustaining the chapter is a lot of work, and students are really, really busy. So seeing people actually have an organized schedule, have a time commitment, I think that's really important for organizations like UAEM. So I think that's my advice. But yeah.
Kind of like what he said, this is kind of like my first big leadership role that I think take part in. And before I didn't really know what leadership really means. Like it's one person leading other, but from this experience, more like like really bringing people together and discussing things. And like he said, like open discussion, being open-minded to other people's ideas, and really trust your executives. Like if they tell you ideas that that's what they want to do, just kind of trust them and know that like, okay, like take it a shot, like, like have the freedom to do that. I think it's the biggest takeaway is really to work as a team and discuss and things like that. Supporting each other, building the community, like I've said before. And then in terms of organizations, so we have collaborated with different student club at Western, and I think one thing that I look for is usually people that have the same mission and values as UAEM. We have collaborated with Doctor Without Borders in the past, things like that. Presidents and leaders from those clubs also have the same commitment, time commitment, discipline, that will actually meet up with you, really passionate about the cause as well, is very important. Yeah.
Pretty much everything I was thinking of has been said already. Again, just like identifying in your co-leaders. I think UAEM really thrives in collaboration. So that being like a philosophy for working with other leaders, whether within your own chapter or you're collaborating with other organizations, is really important to making sure everyone is kind of able to maximize like the characteristic or like the topic that they're most passionate about. And kind of making sure that as like a chapter leader, you're able to provide or plan out an opportunity for someone to thrive in that space. If they're kind of unsure about their direction is really important. And then again, just like taking on more of a collaborative approach and kind of like, again, trusting your other executive leaders and just kind of providing them the opportunity in the space to carry out what they feel like is best and to kind of like maximize their own like previous experiences. So for example, like if someone's really strong about like a social media presence, like just putting your trust in them and like having like a collaborative approach to kind of like manage that is more beneficial rather than just trying to kind of like micromanage from the top down. So I'd say like collaboration and then again, just like listening and kind of like reflecting is really important to making sure that kind of everyone's in a space where they feel challenged in some ways, but also feel like they have the full ability to flourish.
I completely agree with what everyone said before. One thing I would add is while like having that mission and core values aligned with your team members, that of course is the driving force. But also I feel like just building a community within your chapter, like just everyone being able to talk to each other and make sure that's like a safe environment. Also, everyone is very familiar with each other. I feel like it's also a very strong point because not just with UAM, but what I've just observed with other clubs on campus is if you have a friend group in that chapter, just everybody is just the bond is stronger, meaning that everybody wants to work on that project, not just on like a very professional level, but on like a personal level as well. So I feel like building that community as well, which is difficult because you're like, of course, some people go to clubs to make friends, but not all people are like that. But having at least that some sense of community, I feel like really helps to maintain engagement throughout the time a person stays at a club. In terms of collaborating with other organizations, it really helps if the organization's values aligns with UAM's, of course. So, but sometimes we do need to collaborate with organizations that are slightly different from UAM. And in that case, I feel like what benefits most is if you make sure that both parties get something out of that collaboration, like each party benefits. And that means that each party has a stake in that collaborative effort. So everybody just tends to be more engaged and work harder.
Thank you so much. Yeah, can we give another round of applause to the student leaders? So next up on our agenda is we're sort of now pivoting towards tracks. So you can choose between track A and track B. So the next thing is you can choose between clinical trials transparency or UAM 101. Track A will be in the Barber conference room, which is down there. And then track B will be in the East room, which is the opposite way. So on totally different ends of the hallways. But we will transition now to the different tracks. Thank you all. You did an amazing job. Oh my gosh, you guys had such great answers to everything.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you? I'm Taylor. Nice to meet you. Thank you for support. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll have you all set up here. I'll take care of all that. Cool. Cool. Hope so. Hey, all right, so I was hoping that we could try troubleshooting the HDMI player for this, so AirPlay, because here's what we're trying. So I'm gonna log in as a host. But we're gonna have the person presenting up here, but the second display will be so that we can try this its own background while presenting slides in Zoom.
But not here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's possible. A little magic.
That this going.
Check, check, check. Check, check.
Good, how are you?
Good. Ready to speak?
Yeah, indeed.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
it all put together.
Yes,
He's really cool. Yeah.
yes, yes. No, you guys are inspiring. Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Hello, hello, welcome back. How is everybody doing? Good? All right. So, Ashish will now introduce our keynote speaker.
All right, thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for the conference, Dr. JC Mugunga. Dr. JC Mugunga is the Deputy Chief Medical Officer at Partners in Health and has been a driving force in advancing global healthcare and achieving UHC across supported countries. With a background as a clinician and a health researcher, Dr. Mugunga brings a unique perspective to his role. His dedication to mentoring future global health leaders and his academic achievements, including a medical degree from the University of Rwanda and a Master's of Science in Global Health Policy Management, showcases commitment to transforming healthcare systems worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Dr. JC Mugunga as he shares his insights for his vision for a healthier, more equitable world.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a very kind and very nice introduction. So I'm very glad to be here, first of all. I want to thank the organizers. And when I was told by my chief medical officer that I was going to come here on her behalf, it was something that I felt like I actually wanted to be here, not to speak, but actually to listen. Because science for humanity, innovation, access, and affordability, it's what I've been really working for and what our Partners in Health we stand for when we talk about bringing the fruits of modern medicine to those living in poverty who cannot access them, who have been excluded for many years. So I have structured my talk today in a way that it's conversational, but also really ties to what you've been discussing and what you've been teaching me this whole morning. Let me go to the next slide. Tyler, can you maybe help me move? Okay. So go to the next slide. I really want to start this talk again by getting my inspiration from, all right. Yes, so this is the slide. If I had to walk away, if the power or anything ran off and I forgot to say everything else I was supposed to say, this is the slide that I wanted to mention. So they are what we call stupid death, or what Paul Farmer, those of you who knew him, our founder and late founder and really mentor. So he used to call stupid death all those people who are dying, who have died and continue to die from things that are preventable. And he felt like anywhere we go, anywhere you see it, it should be the discussion, the topic of discussion. And I'm so glad when we talk about patents, when we talk about access, when we talk about the fruit of modern medicine, today we are not sitting here talking about other topics, but we're actually focusing our conversation on these stupid deaths. So I was I was supposed to be one of them because my journey to here, to speaking to you, is unlikely. I grew up in poverty in a village of Rwanda in Africa. And back then, most of us, the kids of there, we didn't have access to all the modern medicine and the drugs. So I will show you that in those years, there was a movement, the declaration movement that they declared to say, okay, primary health care should be everywhere, it should be for all. So there was a declaration in Alma-Ata that happened. And what they said in 1978, I was born later on after this, and most of us who grew up after this declaration felt hope when this was declared, and they felt like, okay, if we declare that primary health care should be for everybody, even those who live in poverty. Malaria, TB, all infectious diseases, they were raging. So that was a good solution. However, this was a bit short-lived because as we grew up in the 1980s and the 90s, this became unrealistic. And some scholars in universities like ours, especially I'm quoting some scholars, Dr. Julia Walsh and others, who tried to say, okay, this primary health care for everybody is not realistic. It might not be cost effective. You cannot treat everything for poor people. It's expensive. You can't do it. You really can't do it. I used to have malaria almost every 3 months. I would miss school. I didn't get other serious illnesses, but some of my classmates died of meningitis and other diseases. But when this, what they call selective primary care was a new version of saying, okay, the declaration of universal primary health care is big. We can't achieve it. So those who are sitting in the hallways of universities like here, Johns Hopkins, they said we can come up with something that's more realistic, call it selective. Let's see which ones are cost effective, choose the first 5 interventions, and those kids can benefit from those, and everything else will continue life as usual. So that was a doom to most of us, but again, those making decisions felt like, so what it became was a skinnier version of this, and they said, it was consisting of like teaching our moms how to breastfeed was more cost effective. Things like growth monitoring, where you give a community health worker or a nurse a piece of tape and they can measure your arm circumference and see if you're not malnourished. Those were more cost effective. Drugs for malaria, science for meningitis, cancer care was unheard of. Even now, in most countries I work in, those things are still not there. However, we were all feeling like this is not what the world should be. This is not how we should continue. And because the goal set by Alma Ata, in above all, was to make sure people have access and we reduce the death. But when the scientist like Julia Walsh, who was here at Johns Hopkins, I actually confronted her later in when I met her at Harvard in 2019. I was lucky now to have survived, became a physician, and I was meeting her in the conferences. I asked her, why did you do that? Why do you believe this was the best decision to do? She still felt like if she had an opportunity to do it differently, she would push for everything. But she was like, back then, it was better to have something for the have-nots, have something instead of having nothing. Because she knows that they knew that some of these declarations are empty and we will continue to look later on. We still make these declarations and nothing happens. So now we continue through the years, and what we see today with the pharma companies and capitalism and corporate, it has roots in what has been set up as what we see as a current global economic order. So after the Second World War in 1948, there was a declaration of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Most of you know about this. And we keep saying that health is a human right, but actually there are 2 groups in the world. There's a group that doesn't believe in that health is a human right. And there is another group that really strongly believes in that. And there is another group, maybe a third, I can call a third, that believes both. It says, okay, why not? So after this declaration was made, there was some years that followed that started with the Cold War, and we had the 2 groups. One group that was led by capitalists really co-opted this declaration into something else. They felt like, let's focus on the political, civil rights and the rights to protest, right to vote, right to really these other rights that we can call civil and political rights. And that was led by the US. and it's a group of countries that really favor capitalism, and another group that really said in the same date, the date I actually was trying to see when this happened, but it was sometime like 3 days apart in December 1968. And another group that was led by the socialists, the Russia and the URSS of that time, they said, okay, no, the US, you are violating actually the human rights. What we call human rights are social and economic and cultural rights. Those ones include the rights to education, rights to health care, and those rights were really protected. They were supposed to be provided to the citizens. And then, as you know, the Cold War is beyond the rights. It was, and even today, these groups continue to fight for two different things. And then there are countries that really said, okay, we can actually do both of these. They signed on both of these, like the UK, for example. They are upholding themselves to the rights to economic and social rights. They also still protected the right to political engagement and the civil rights. So today's world, what we see, the patterns we see, the profit maximization was set and is really routed in a system that started them and wants it to go that way. So when we work in our global health, we are facing two camps, and we try to play them at the same time. So that's why you will see that as we deal with corporates and as we deal with the farmers, those groups don't really believe that health, and we try to convince them otherwise, but they don't. And then there is another group that already does, is convinced. So fast forward, I became a physician against all odds. I got a job at Partners in Health. I'm now fighting for patients. And then in 2019, I got an opportunity to go to the United Nations, where there was another declaration, a sweeping declaration, something bigger than what we have seen in 1978, something bigger than the Declaration of Alma-Ata, where now every country came to New York and they signed on what they call the Declaration of Universal Health Coverage. However, this Universal Health Coverage Declaration, what it says is actually basically two things. For those of you who don't really deal with UHC, it means two things. Everybody, everywhere, regardless of their money, affordability, regardless of their wealth, is supposed to have access to health care. From prevention to treatment to rehabilitation, all of it. And they don't have to become poor to access this type of care. So that's the whole definition of the whole thing. Again, back to those days, to me, I was in New York. I felt like, is this another empty declaration? Is this something that they can do? Are the kids I left behind in Rwanda, are the kids I'm supporting now part of my job, and grown-ups everywhere in poverty, able to access those drugs? To me, it felt like it might be another declaration that people fly to New York and sign on and go home. And I actually immediately called out the UN. I was bold enough, and I wrote something that called them out. And I said, okay, without showing how and without what you guys have been discussing, reducing these evergreening patterns, really increasing the funding, without showing the pathway on how to achieve this, becomes another, you are actually undermining what you're saying. So I confronted them over there in my op-ed and anyone I could speak to, because we felt like this is a good step in the right direction, but it could also become something that we all will have to continue to keep shouting, to keep asking, to keep really making it a reality. Fast forward, we actually went back 4 years later. That was, when was it 4 years? I think it was last year, to see the progress. Unfortunately, most countries have not made progress, have not started the path towards this. What this means is you actually have to ensure that the supply side of care is well equipped, has all they need to provide the care. as well as the demand side, has no barriers to accessing those care. So in all of the 11 countries I work in today, only the US and recently Rwanda, as an example, they are able to provide cancer care to patients. Malawi, Lesotho, Liberia, not yet. So that's, and in the US, we are lucky because we do that because we have a huge private market. And I'm sure, as most of you know, most patients who live in poverty here in the US as well, they're excluded from most of the things, diabetes care. So this is continues also to be an issue. So, so we didn't take long to be proven actually right. Unfortunately, that this was going to be another declaration that was going to be to not really be realistic, because during COVID days, as most of you know and have fought for, you saw who was getting the fruits of modern medicine. You saw who was getting vaccine first and who was waiting in a line. So countries where we work in Africa and other places, even now, less than half is vaccinated or was able to get those vaccines, not because they don't want them, but because they were not able to access them. So today's case, though, I want to focus on an example that we've spent the last few months, the last few years waiting for. So most of you might not really follow a lot because this is not in the news, but one of the deadliest infections of our times is tuberculosis. At the height of COVID, we were seeing, I think, when the most people were dying, an equal number of people who died from COVID when the COVID was the highest. It's the same number we see today every year with the tuberculosis. It doesn't get that much news because TB is affecting the poor, is affecting countries that really don't have that much attention. But this is the most deadliest disease. And the treatments to end it, the diagnostics, the innovations, the science is there. So what's missing to be able to stop TB and to end TB, to eliminate it, is the willingness. And what's in a way is also the what I called the group, especially the group that believes that profit maximization is what should happen. And if you need treatment, you should pay for it. And again, we are talking about folks who have no money. Those who get TB, they have no money to afford this. And I will show you now what we've been doing around the TB. So in the numbers, so the year 2002, it was 1.5 million people dying. The year 2021, it was higher than that. 2022, it was also higher than that. And so today, the way we diagnose TB, there is a platform that's called GeneXpert that can detect TB within minutes. And if you do that, you are able to also put people on a treatment. In the last few years, Partners in Health and other actors, we've been doing some clinical trials to test new therapies that are no longer the old toxic medications. However, those drugs are still very expensive. They are expensive, they are heavily patented, and those diagnostics, the GeneXpert cartridges that can detect TB within minutes, they are also as well very heavily patented. So the last push for the last few months and actually last few years was to try to get these companies who are making these TB tools affordable and accessible to those in poverty. So I will give an example here of the access campaign that we participate in, but really led by Médecins Sans Frontières. We've been confronting a company called Danaher and Cepheid, their subsidiary, that make GeneXpert platforms. These companies they rely on the money and revenues that come from these diseases, but it's still expensive. So we've been asking them to reduce the cartridges to at least $5 per test. So they were selling them to us at the cheapest in the cheapest areas at $14. And when we looked at it, it takes them no more than $5, even less than that to make them. So everything else they are doing here is to make money. So this campaign was like, okay, please reduce the price of these testing tools so we can detect TB. Because to end the TB, in order to eliminate TB, you need to search everywhere. You need to treat everyone, and then you need to prevent. So the search, treat, and prevent is the only way we will end the TB and eliminate it. So if you are looking for everybody and you have these tests that are $14 or more, you won't be able to do it. It adds up into millions. So last year, we were able to convince Danaher, and we worked with some of the people. You can watch. There is an activist. His name is Johnny Green. He's very prominent on YouTube. So he's been really a huge voice for the patients who live with TB. But his work is not done. Our work is not done, because even though we've been able last year, this company decided to reduce the cartridges, but they didn't really reduce for the XDR TB. So they reduced for the tools that can diagnose normal TB. But when you go to those few patients who develop a multi-drug resistant TB and that XDR TB, it's still expensive. So we are now making a final push to make sure that one also comes down. This is also the same case for the treatment. So the treatment is now taking a long time to treat patients. And we've been able to see that the drugs that can take only 6 months and all oral drugs are effective, but they're also very expensive. So one key drug that can now treat MDR-TB called the bedaquiline is one of those that's made by Johnson & Johnson and Lupin. So we've been pushing for those companies, the two companies, to reduce the price for bedaquiline. They did so last year, and they reduced by 55%. That was in the case of Johnson & Johnson, and by 33% in the case of Lupin. But again, this is a bit still expensive, but we celebrated these achievements. And we hope together, as you work with us, as you continue to see in your chapters, as you continue to go in the next, your journey, where you will continue to really try to look into this. These are the patients who have no voice, they are voiceless, and they need to keep being advocated for, so we can reduce the cost of TB as well. So way forward now. So TB is one of the many. I gave it as a case, and you guys are fighting for many others. But if we keep fighting for one by one, it might not really add up, or it will take a long time. So what can we do moving forward? Somebody, I think it was Tony in the other room, said, I have to be careful with what I say in this platform. So I'm not advocating that we burn it all down. That's not what I'm advocating for here. However, something needs to change, and it has to be a big change. We have to really get rid of the status quo, the way the healthcare is financed. I focus my career in healthcare financing, so especially in global health. So the way global health is financed today, it's still it's extremely bad, and it's actually exploitative. I will show you somehow how some of these things are saying, okay, we are giving aid for global health, but there's also some exploitation happening in the billions of dollars, and as well as people are dying. So what we have to do today is to look at the data. What the data shows us is who gets the most sick and who has the money So the issue is again the same thing. When you look at the data, most sick people, they are where those blue dots, the light blue dots are, and they also tended to be the poorest. Okay, so when you compare the income of the people as well as the health, and those who have higher income, I'm sure within those countries as well with high income, who are supposed to be healthier, there are also pockets of those, even here in the United States, without going far, within Baltimore City, we have pockets of inequalities. But when we look at this globally by countries, really, those who are getting sick, they are the poorest. So how are we going to change this system if we continue to allow profit maximization? It will be exploitation. You are exploiting those who don't have money. That's how it continues. So equity options will come if we change how the financing is done. So we will change how the financing of global health is done. Today, we have a lot of multilaterals. We have a lot of actually Global Fund and the PEPFAR that are funding TB and HIV. Those are one of the best things that have happened today, but they are not enough. So we got access to HIV drugs, which was amazing. There was a huge push even to get that. And we thank AUM, what you guys did, those who were there back then at Yale, alongside other activists, alongside Paul Farmer, our founder. So there were so many people who worked hard for HIV treatment to reach people. And we are thankful for PEPFAR, Global Fund, and other mechanisms, but they are not enough. So two big ideas that I want to introduce to you, maybe you've heard of them and you can also continue to fight for them as we go, is we have to question the way aid today is managed or also aid goes. So international organizations, they continue to give money. We also have some private organizations, private foundations. All of this is good. However, when you look at the next slide, I will let you really see who these are. So this is great. This is great, but I will show you how this, if you see how aid is done, it also doesn't work as much, you know. Foreign aid is inadequate, first of all. So right now it's combined, we see around 40 billion a year, and we need at least 125 billion. So that's how many times. We need to triple that amount if we want to make a significant impact on the people's health, on those countries I showed in light blue. At least triple that amount. That's how we will be able to achieve and reach many patients and almost everybody. Otherwise, UHC or universal health coverage is just a coverage, insurance card. So in some countries, we are giving people insurance card. When they show up in the clinics, there's no drugs. When they show up, there's no trained professional to see them. So UHC has become just like an insurance card. And some of you will see umbrella. So it just becomes like that type of umbrella, but there's no care behind it. So our partners in health, we've called the UHC. We don't call it coverage anymore. We call it universal health care. Because if you call it universal health coverage, people will continue to go and hand out those insurance cards without supplying the supply side, without hiring the doctors, without training the doctors and nurses, okay? So foreign aid is good. It's still a drop in the ocean. It's so small and it's not working great. So to make it more comprehensive, actually, for the foreign aid, yes, continue to provide aid. It's one of the components. But countries today where we work, they are facing a huge debt to the bank. Which bank? The World Bank and other lenders. So there's what we call fiscal space for health in each country that has to deal with. A country like Malawi today, we work in Malawi. Their fiscal space for health every year is decided by IMF, International Monetary Fund. What they do, they look at how much they owe and how much their GDP that year is, and then they say, your space this year is this. You cannot spend a lot if you don't have space. Otherwise, you are going to crash the global monetary system. So the fiscal space for health, fiscal space for education, and other areas depends heavily on how much they owe. And so the debt issue is a big issue, and we are really advocating for countries to become debt free and to be allowed to invest in healthcare. A country like Malawi today is not allowed to hire nurses. They have people who have graduated from nursing schools everywhere, and they are not getting employed because somebody in Washington, somebody in the global north is telling them that they don't have a fiscal space to hire nurses, that they have spent a lot training. And sometimes when you want to build another hospital that can treat cancer, they tell you that you have to wait for a few years down the road because space this year is not enough. You owe more. So the decisions is not all about how much the economy has made. Sometimes those decisions are rooted in neo-colonial and the colonial systems and structures we have today. So if we eliminate debt, the issue of fiscal space goes away. Malawians start to see their nurses and the doctors tomorrow in hospitals and treat patients. And that's happening in many countries. We also have a huge issue of tax evasion. So these corporate companies, well, you guys focus on the farmers, but we see others, the mining companies. Other companies, huge companies from the global north coming to the global south to work there. They invest their billions, taking the profit again, but they also take taxes with them. They don't pay. We are seeing this in Liberia. So we get donations from people to fund partners in health, to go to be patients. And then on our sides, when we are walking in the roads of Liberia and other countries, we have these corporations that are taking billions, many times more than what we bring in for patients. So without anything being done to be able to stop that exploitation, the aid is not enough. It's actually, it won't do anything. Or what we bring in won't work. And we are also trying to see if we can have this political will, more of a political will. In some countries, people say, oh, you have corruption and all of that. Yes, I agree that's there. But some countries and most countries actually, even with the corruption, if we had enough resources, if we fixed these other issues, the removal of austerity policies, and we had the fair taxation, and we fixed the issue of debt, I think most patients will have access today. So we must, going forward, what we need to do, without really asking the patients to go deep into their pockets, they have no money, I showed you. We have to build the systems. We have to build the hospitals. We have to train the community health workers. We have to have those nurses employed. So these are the things that we have to continue to do. And we have to make sure these drugs, these diagnostic tools are affordable and we can get them to the patients in need. I will skip through very quickly here, but the Rio universal health care will make sure that the poor and the vulnerable are covered from the start, and not just the insurance you created and think of them afterwards. You also have to make sure these infectious diseases I mentioned are covered, but we are dealing with a lot of non-communicable diseases. They are not just in the global north. We are dealing with high level of hypertension, heart diseases, diabetes, cancer. As I told you, only one country is treating cancer. So we need to make sure most of those are covered if we are going to make things universal. And we also have to eliminate payment at the point of service where it's possible. Because most of these folks, most of the places I'm talking about, I have not much experience with a lot of communities in the US, but other countries where I work, a lot of people live under $1 a day. If you ask them to pay for healthcare services, there is something that's going to hold. A child will have to be pulled out of school. They will have to sell something, an asset, to be able to pay you. Or they will just forego that medical treatment and they will die. They will not show up. So something has to be done to eliminate that barrier so that they can come to us. And we also have to expand these services I mentioned to you. So if somebody needs preventive services. They could also need the surgery tomorrow. They could also need a transplant. So if we have to give folks a chance to live no matter what they have. And this is still a dream, but we will do it. So two bold ideas that I want to leave you with here, and I'm happy to discuss if we still have time. One of the ways that we should restructure the global aid structure is into what we call the global public investment. When you get a chance to look into it, or we've been participating, but there are also other actors globally now joining. It's going to be huge, I hope, but we want this global public investment to really be public and be global and be an investment because when it saves life, it will improve the economy. So it's not an investment in the stock markets, it's an investment in the people. So, and we want to make sure this global public investment, or GPI, it's a system where everybody will contribute, be the global north, be the global south. All will decide. The decisions won't be made by somebody who is deciding a fiscal space for somebody else. It will be a decision that anyone, or all of you, all of the countries, if Malawi wants to train and hire their nurses, they will decide. It won't be decided by IMF, somebody else, Washington, DC, and it will also something that will give enough money. It will increase the amount of money we have to tackle the diseases. So GPI is one of those bold ideas. The second idea that you might have heard of, or I'm sure Justin and others have seen, is what we call the Paul Farmer Memorial Resolution. So the Paul Farmer Memorial Resolution that we introduced to the 118th Congress in the United States Congress, it's this year, this term of the Congress, 2023, 2024. It's a new global health funding bill. It builds on what I told you is the strength of PEPFAR, is what is the strength of the Global Fund, but it's actually more sweeping, more comprehensive, and it will change the way global health is really funded today. And so what I want to tell you about this resolution before I end, you might also have to search it up. It's already somewhere online, and you can support it wherever you go. If you go to the Hill to advocate for other issues, you should make sure these Congress people, they remember this and they can support it. So what this resolution, three things that it's aiming to do is to increase the money. I told you that right now we have no more than 40 billion in global health funding available. We want this resolution to push it to at least 125 billion every year. If we get more, so good. And we want the second thing is build the health systems. So Partners in Health has been going around, and to give an example to other people, we build the hospitals and we build universities. So we build the University of Global Health Equity so that we can train people. It's not like going and giving a training for 5 days and people drink tea and coffee. We want to train healthcare professionals. So you will do that if you build a university. Here we are lucky to have Johns Hopkins. We won't have Johns Hopkins tomorrow in Rwanda, in Malawi, but we can have a version of that, of them, if this resolution is adopted. And we need to do that as soon as possible. So the third thing that this resolution mentions that no other global health funding or anyone has dared to say is to end the exploitation that I told you. So this resolution shows that global health or healthcare, it's not like you do healthcare, you do global health, and you shut up about everything else. These things are related. So this resolution shows you that, and shows the Congress people, shows the world that without ending the exploitation, the global health is not possible. Thank you very much.
And we have time for a couple of questions. So if you have any questions, comments, raise your hand.
Hi, thank you so much for this awesome talk. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
My name is Hepo. I kind of wanted to just ask you about that last point that you made, ending exploitation. Could you just kind of go into that? Like what types of exploitations are we seeing? Yeah, like exactly.
Sure. So yeah, so in terms of, I can't go through all of the exploitation. There are so many, but I will focus on, because I'm a health financing person, and then I will focus on economic terms. So the exploitation that I mentioned here, they are the same ones I showed in the earlier slide. So we are dealing with the neo-colonial system, whether people see it or not. So when we look at, actually our chief medical officer who was supposed to talk to you wrote a book. I encourage you if you find it. It's an introduction to global health. It shows that you quantify the aid money that goes into poor countries. It's around, I showed you that, no more than 40 billion, but in Africa, actually, it's, let's say, maximum 30 billion a year. So we did all of the research to quantify all of these things like tax evasion, not paying your fair share of what you get from there in the minerals and all of that. So it's almost 200 billion every year. So the exploitation we are talking about here, there are many exploitations that are happening at the household levels, at the clinic levels that I'm not talking about here. But on the funding perspective, the exploitation we are talking about are intentionally these multinational corporations, whether they are working in aid, whether they are working in mining, whether they are working in banking, they are exploiting. And it's not hard to see if you just open the numbers and look. So that's the money we want back on the table to fund global health. So those are the type of exploitation I'm talking about. But there's more type of exploitation, as you can imagine, that are happening not only in the global south, even here in the global north, but when we look at the systems, the colonialism, who was colonized and who was not, the master and the slave, I'm really focusing our global health today in a way that we have to end that type of exploitation that's hidden. It's no longer called like, oh, this is my colony, but I'm still able to go there and decide what they do and take away their resources. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, echoing that. Thank you for a great presentation. My name is Zainab. I had a question that's a little bit more abstract. You started the presentation talking about Alma-Ata and the declaration. And it seems like a lot of global aid work is predicated on this idea and this like claim that it's unrealistic, that universal health coverage and universal primary health care is unrealistic. I guess my question for you, given your, financial experience and economic experience, this is a question I've had honestly in the access space in general. Is it actually like unrealistic, or is it an unwillingness, like based on capitalism, based on profit maximization? Is it possible? That's my question.
Thank you for answering the question, actually. So basically, you got it. You answered it. It's unwillingness. It's possible, and we want it possible, and we are not willing to back down for anything less. So for UHC, universal health care, we will not accept anything that says selective universal health care. We will not longer accept anyone who says, oh, we cannot do everything for everybody. Let's start with the top 5. No, because we know everything for everyone in terms of healthcare, it's actually possible. So when we do this math and calculate and say, at least if we triple the amount in the global health funding today, every year, we could get there, So it's possible. There's unwillingness, and the money is there. It's just like there's that unwillingness, and it could take some people out of the market. Some of these pharmacies, the pharmaceutical companies that we are talking about. So there's unwillingness, but there's also the protection of some people's interest that they don't want it to happen, because that's the market. That's where they sell. Yes.
You spoke about the tax evasion. And I know most of these countries in the global south are not in a position to make demands for these bigger corporations. Are there advocacy efforts on the ground to help get that money back like get that money back into those countries, or what can we do to help in that piece?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the movement to do that will have to be global, because country by countries, what I personally see is those who are evading taxes, they know how to play the game, and they know case by case how to buy out those who are in power today in those countries. So when we talk about corruption, it doesn't start internally. People are not corrupt from birth in most countries we talk about. Actually, these people are evading paying taxes, who are also exploiting. They incentivize those who come in power. They even decide sometimes who gets elected to lead those countries and their ministries. So those ones, they make sure they are taken care of, and they will not say anything. So I think if you look country by country, or you tackle that any one case by case, you won't be able to do it, because there is an incentive to keep quiet in each of the places. Really don't take that. I'm sure a country like Rwanda, where I come from, I'm not saying it because I'm from there, but we've seen a progress. They don't take bullshit from anybody anymore. Sorry for using that word. But some other countries really are struggling in a way that there is that buying and that corrupting of those who are in a position of power. And if they are not corruptible, they will bring someone who is willing to do that and turn their blind eye to that. So if we all combine our advocacy globally, and we are talking about, and some of this is visible on a global macro level. You can institutions like the banks I'm talking about, they can do analysis and they can see it. So I think we will have to advocate for globally, all countries at the same time, and all voices everybody in the game. That's the only way we'll end it. But of course, country by country, we can start. Countries like Kenya are shouting out, trying to end this issue. So these countries they remain on the chains of colonization, because they owe a lot of money. And until this date is also cancelled, they have no picking up. So I think we have to continue to advocate globally, and on a country by country, understand the forces that are keeping folks quiet, and those in power, elected officials, seem like they are not in love of their own people. Actually, they are, but they are under different circumstances to not speak up or do anything. Yes.
So you didn't actually talk about this specifically in your presentation, but as many of you may know, that smallpox was the first infectious disease to be eradicated, and one of the biggest like movements in global public health. And this is just a personal question, like it's subjective. What do you think was the biggest driving force behind that being able to happen?
I'm not sure I can address that in specific terms, but some of these diseases that have been able to be addressed, there is one big reason they are, and that reason also applies to COVID, even though we haven't eliminated it. So when you hear the issue of global health security, when you talk about security, everybody listens. So anything that threatens global health security, including us and them, because in this world, we live in a world where we have us and them, the them being the voiceless. So when it's us and them, we are both likely to be affected. These things will be eliminated and eradicated. And I'm telling you, quick, or every effort will have to be put in. So in the case of smallpox, I'm not sure specifically, but my own instinct is it threatened the global health security. And there was an incentive, even though some countries, them were more affected, there was that sense that it threatened the global health security, and it might also affect us, the us. So that's the big reason why I can tell you today. Thank you.
I have a question. It has more to do with innovation. So especially here at Hopkins, there's a lot of innovation being done for these like populations that you're talking about. But oftentimes the people doing the innovation have not gone through the same experiences as the people they're trying to target. So how do you successfully innovate for people who you've not gone through like the same experience as?
You do not. So yeah, so actually, thank you for saying that because we see that a lot as well. And we are trying to also advocate that if you want to create solutions, and the people, them, what I call them now, they know what's affecting them, and sometimes they have the answers. So why not get closer to them? Why not go learn from them and then to innovate? So because you can't. So that's so the love can be there. All much the love you can have it in the world. You can try to innovate without involving them. You might end up harming them actually. So you have to. Yeah.
Great. We have time for one more question. Okay, I'll ask it. JC, I'm wondering, can you tell folks just a closing one piece of advice while they're on their journey into global health equity, and the world of change? What's your parting word of advice?
Yeah. So I mean, I already feel like I can get advice from you guys. So you who are here, it's because you care. You've really. So I think the one goal is physician. You don't have to become, if you are, you become, that's true. That's good. So I want to encourage you, whatever you end up with, be a lawyer, be a business person. So the advice is we all don't have to the health to bring about this change. As you saw, I was showing you that this will have to be Emirates sectorial and it will have to be a global. So actually, if I had a choice, I would deploy ourselves in so many different directions to come back and affect the global health. So engineers, so you really don't have to be in healthcare profession as you continue to embark in your journey to be able to change. So really feel free to continue any path that becomes available to you moving forward. But that now as in that's the only way. Global health, the financing, as well as to do innovation and science and making sure it's accessible to those in need. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a round of applause? Excellent. Thank you again for traveling in.
Thank you so much.
So next up is lunch, as well as our poster presentation. So we have a number of folks in the room who brought posters here during our innovation session. We'll give them like 15-20 minutes to eat food before you go to your posters. So around 1-ish, we'll start having folks present their posters. Feel free to take a peek beforehand, but if you want to get walked through like I do, that's when to go. And then and lunch is that way, it looks like. Wonderful. So you're going to exit through the door in the back corner and then loop around. We'll see you all in a minute. Oh, no. That's people. Yeah, yeah.
Testing, testing. Hello, I'm sorry, the chat is disabled, but I can show my own slides if you like. This is Keish. Thank you for having me. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Hey, Kish, confirmed you are loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you see me?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, because I can't see myself.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. Sorry, I can't be there.
No worries, no worries. Good thing. Do you have by any chance, a light that can be in front of you at all to turn on?
I'm trying to do that. I'm actually in the basement of my house. So yeah. So you want the light to come into my face?
Yeah, just a little bit, just to light up a shadow there.
Okay.
Oh, or if you can turn off the light behind you, that could do it too.
Turn off the light behind me?
Yeah, unless it makes the whole room dark. Yeah.
Let me see. Let me try this. Does that help?
Well, actually, that kind of worked.
Did
All
that
right.
did that help?
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna find another way to display you before we get started, and we'll kick things off here in just a minute.
Okay, sounds good. I will. I'll go on mute because I actually can't see myself on the screen. I see the UAM, so I don't know why that is. But anyway, that's cool.
Right on. All right, we'll see you in a second.
You bet. Thank you. Hello, I'm sorry, I can't hear all the action. Can somebody put the video on, the thing on?
It's okay. Okay, so
Oh,
I'll give it to
we can
Ashish
hear you now. Thank you.
Awesome.
I
All
like
right.
the calisthenics. This is Dr. Wasan from British Columbia. Looks great. Thank you.
All right, so before we get into our plenary panel, I wanted to introduce our moderator, who is from our very own Hopkins chapter. CJ is a third-year undergraduate in environmental engineering. He's a secretary of our e-board. So yes, CJ.
Hey everyone. I hoped everyone enjoyed the breakout sessions. I think we were. Is my mic okay? Okay, perfect. So I hope that everyone really took advantage of the diversity.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Oh. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, perfect. So my name is CJ, as Ashish mentioned, and so coming back from our breakout sessions, I really hope that everyone took away things from the wide variety of expertise that we had relating to issues ranging from the opioid epidemic all the way to access to insulin. And as a result of that, I just wanted to now return the focus of our conference itself into the upcoming panel that we have. And to do so, with our theme, I think it's important that we come back full circle to some of the responsibilities that we have on a global scale. And that means that we should remind ourselves that that there are issues bigger than single communities that we're facing throughout all the topics that we discussed today, but so can our solutions be. And so in terms of realizing and scaling up some of the very improvements that UAM is working on, it is important to reconsider how development of drugs and vaccine pipelines going to the market domestically affect those in other parts of the world. And to start off this discussion, it's my pleasure to have my former mentor, who actually originally introduced me to this topic, come up and present Dr. Anthony So, Distinguished Professor of Practice at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, who is also the founding director of the IDEA Initiative. And I'll hand it over to him to provide us an overview of some of the terminology and talk about some of the processes that go hand in hand with designing transformative technologies for low resource settings and global licensing. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to Dr. So when he's ready.
Thanks so much, CJ. It's a pleasure to be able to kick off this particular panel. And I think it really connects in many ways. Innovation Without Borders really in some ways speaks to how we actually have spoken to many key issues so far in this conference, such high drug prices, clinical trial transparency, which are building blocks, of course, for R&D, and how do we connect those things together so that, in fact, all of those in need may, in fact, be beneficiaries of the kinds of technologies that we bring forward to the marketplace. And so this builds on that, of course, start from many of the great talks earlier in the day, of course, and and many of your experiences, of course, on university campuses. Now, this also goes back to a time in which I alluded to actually in the welcome remarks of the conference, when some people actually believed that it was not possible to treat patients with HIV/AIDS in low and middle income countries because the price of hope at that time seemed too high at $10,000 to $15,000 per patient per year, too high for a global fund to take on, until it was possible because civil society groups, actors like yourselves, and UAM in particular as well, were able to actually compel various actors such as Cipla, an Indian generic drug firm, to introduce a generic version of antiretroviral therapy at $350 per patient per year. And that, of course, is less than $1 a day, which transformed entirely the possibility of making the ethical decision of allocating, of course, the kind of resources necessary to make it possible for the 25 million people living with HIV/AIDS at that time in low and middle income countries. Now, 20 years since we've actually, of course, struggled over HIV/AIDS drug prices, we still face concerns over affordable access to life-saving drugs, from the latest cancer treatments to the cure for hepatitis C. And the issue of high drug prices is not just one of affordable access, of course, in low and middle income countries, but it also begins here, actually, of course, in the United States as well. And so if you actually look at even in high income countries, we struggle with high drug prices. And you've heard, of course, that about in one of the panels, of course, earlier today. Most cancer drugs launched between 2009 and 2014 were priced at more than, in fact, $100,000 per patient for 1 year treatment. I don't know about you guys, but I've had to take a lot of and a lot of actually hours actually working in order to actually make that kind of payment just to survive, let alone be alive with cancer and try to survive. 1 out of 5 actually US adults in the United States amazingly took less insulin or delayed buying insulin in 2021 to save money. Now that, of course, tide is changing some thanks to, again, the work of many in the access to medicine movement to try to cap the cost of insulin in this country, but our job is not done for sure, and we have so much further to go on second line, of course, treatments for diabetes. And one of them, of course, is Wegovy, which has received mention, and Ozempic, which, of course, our colleagues at Yale Crit have clearly demonstrated that despite a price tag over $1,000 for the treatment, that in fact, of course, it could be produced for $5. That's really quite extraordinary when you begin asking, what is that gulf, really, between the innovation and the access? And on the right-hand side of this slide, of course, is an important other consideration, which is that for many countries in the world, they rely on the WHO's essential drugs list as a way of modeling their national formularies. What gets actually covered in their national drug programs, in fact, takes cue from the WHO's, of course, essential medicines list. And that's very important because there have been perennial discussions about whether or not, in fact, high-priced medicines will make it onto that list. And even though, of course, we all struggle with the importance of prioritizing those drugs which are going to be most important, the price does make a difference as to how, of course, these drugs might be, in fact, adopted and implemented in these kinds of countries. So part of our challenge is to make sure that, in fact, the decision is not just on price, but in fact on the public health priority and the population benefit that might, in fact, be realized. Now, we might ask, what is behind these high drug prices? And one of the things might be explained that because we in the United States are footing the R&D premium to bring these medicines to market. But we should take a step back and ask ourselves, what is this R&D premium? And is it being paid for already? Are we paying much more than the R&D premium? And a very eye-opening study was conducted by Peter Bach and his colleagues. And they had a study in the Health Affairs which analyzed the top 15 drug companies, well, the 15 drug companies that manufactured the top selling 20 drugs in the world in 2015. And the US drug prices were compared against publicly available pricing in Canada, Denmark, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. And what they found was really eye-opening. Those list prices for other developed countries averaged 41% of the US net drug prices, so less than half. The premium actually earned by US net prices exceeding what other countries paid for these drugs came to $116 billion, which was far greater than, by a large margin, than the $76 billion that these companies spent on their R&D globally on all products. And the authors argued that if the magnitude of the premium paid for by US consumers and payers could have been lowered to a level that matched the global R&D costs across the 15 companies, US taxpayers could have saved $40 billion just in 2015. To put in context, that was a year when the total US spending on pharmaceuticals came to $325 billion. Now, many of us, of course, in public health and medicine, of course, ask, if it's not for then the cost of covering R&D, why this gulf between the marginal cost of producing these products and the astronomically high prices being charged? And you've heard some of course, of the reasons earlier in the day. Monopoly pricing, certainly under various forms of market exclusivity, financialization, where decisions by pharmaceutical firms for merger and acquisition and pricing, as well as, of course, stock buybacks, may not be motivated by innovation and access, but more so by enriching, of course, shareholders and the C-suite, of course, of those companies. But, the next, of course, thing we might ask is, why do we think, actually, that these should be public goods? And part of course, is that I want to unfold it into the larger picture so we understand what are public goods and why do we think, actually, of course, these might be public goods or not. Public goods, after all, are defined along 2 dimensions. A pure public good is non-excludable and non-rivalrous. By non-excludable, we mean that no one can be prevented from accessing the public good, like the air we breathe. Or by non-rivalrous, we mean that actually one person's use does not diminish another person's use of the good, such as knowledge. The knowledge behind these health technologies often may be rooted in publicly funded research, and I'll get more to that in a moment. And so we might reasonably expect that knowledge to be publicly available. However, we know that health technologies that don't today typically come to market that way. After all, they're a combination of really mixed, actually, ways of which they're financed. And that's really a very intentional setup, of course, of how our system works, because we meld public and private financing to bring these, of course, products to market. So they're mixed public goods. For example, if you actually then fill out the other quadrants on this diagram, common pool goods are non-excludable but rivalrous in consumption. Let's give an example. For example, if you were in a forest, it would confer environmental benefits that are non-excludable. But you cut down the forest for timber, that's rivalrous. And so obviously that would not be that would clearly put it into a different quadrant on this diagram, right? If in fact actually we talk about that more relevantly to health delivery, we talk about club goods. Club goods are excludable, but non-rivalrous. That is, for example, the benefits can be spread among a subgroup of the population whose membership can maybe controlled by providers of the good. And in the non-health context, of course, a great example is, of course, satellite television or streaming TV, right? All of which has, of course, the characteristic of non-rivalry, because someone's use will not necessarily take away from someone else's use. But of course, you have to be a subscriber, and therefore, actually, in some ways, you move the good that might be otherwise non-excludable to be excludable. The way in which we do that, of course, is intellectual property rights. And so intellectual property rights, in many ways, a regime that has been agreed upon, and I won't get into it, unfortunately, today, or maybe we could do it in the Q&A, but there's a very important reason as to why the intellectual property rights system exists as it does today. Much of us have negotiated at the World Trade Organization during the, of course, enactment of the TRIPS agreement, the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, something I strongly urge you to look back at, because in fact, much of the whether or not you are part of the intellectual haves or the intellectual have-nots in the world depends, of course, on how those rules of governing intellectual property rights work or do not work. So, can we make the case, though? And I don't know why but hopefully you can still see the slide well enough. One of the reasons, of course, why we expect pharmaceutical products to be public goods is that the public pays for these goods, usually twice, upfront for the R&D, and again when we buy the products for the healthcare delivery system. And recent work by Ekaterina Cleary and her colleagues actually documented that nearly every new drug by the US FDA from 2010 to 2019 has been supported by US NIH funding. That's really quite extraordinary when you look at actually what the government has done. Your taxpayers have actually, US taxpayers have actually supported. So from 2010 to 2019, NIH funding essentially totaled $187 billion and went to 99.4% of the products approved by the FDA in that period. That's really quite an amazing actually support record. And the NIH spent $1.44 billion per approval on basic or applied research for products actually with novel targets. Importantly, most of that NIH funding was spent on basic research as opposed to applied research. And again, this is another very important area of policy to understand. There's a reason why we do more basic research than applied research. Part of it is because there are strong industry influences that have prevented us from doing some of the applied research. So, for example, the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences at the NIH is precluded from moving past phase two actually clinical trials in its efforts, unless they have to go through special hoops to make sure that, in fact, the private sector is not doing it. There are other, of course, barriers that are actually statutorily placed in that, in fact, don't allow us to go the last mile to market. And, of course, you've already heard earlier today, up until the Inflation Reduction Act, we, of course, were even precluded from negotiating, actually, for Medicare, actually, the prices of some of these products. So there are a lot of forces at work here, but important to realize is that the spending from NIH was not less than industry spending, with the full cost of these investments calculated with comparable accounting. So if we are making such contributions to pharmaceutical R&D, are we good stewards of the resulting products if they're priced too high to actually be accessible to those actually to whom we as taxpayers had hoped to actually support and enable health benefits as returns on investment? Much like the CEO of a private company, how well do we manage our public sector investments? After all, is not the government the equivalent of a CEO who has shareholders, namely the citizens of the country, and if not, of course, even broader aspirations of providing global access? Now, there are four methods by which such, of course, problems in the marketplace have been traditionally dealt with. I'm going to provide this as a framework, as a part of the overview, really, for the rest of the panel as well, because it helps us actually understand many of the policy efforts. And then I'll come back to actually really a new vision of how we put these things together in a way that's more systematic to create access, because pricing is just simply a symptom of the problem actually of our innovation access system. If you have high prices that deny people access to the very products for which they are intended to benefit, then we have a dysfunctional, of course, R&D system. And the question then becomes, not how do we patch and fix certain parts of it that are broken, but how do we re-engineer it in a way that it more consistently brings forward the products of those in need. So I will talk briefly about tiering and pooling, which are ways in which to actually aggregate different building blocks of knowledge and to make certain building blocks of knowledge either more available or not. And then there's what I call push and pull financing, which are, of course, to pay for inputs and outputs of R&D. So just briefly on each of these areas to give you a flavor of the kinds of approaches taken. So tiering really sets different conditions of access for different market segments. It offers a way of ensuring pharmaceutical return on investment while at the same time increasing access to medicines in developing countries, particularly. This works primarily, though, for medicines that have what we call dual markets. That is, markets are both profitable in high-income country markets that can be sustained, but you can have closer to marginal cost pricing, which is, of course, preferential pricing in, of course, resource-limited markets, like those in low and middle-income countries. Now, we've had to rely on tiering, at least for prices, to help make medicines more affordable within the reach of the poor, like in our vaccine markets, for example. However, it is voluntary on the part of the originator company. It requires product by product, of course, negotiation, and can be quite inconsistently applied. And so while many vaccines, for example, are publicly funded and are priced lower in developing countries, those, of course, arrangements are vaccine by vaccine, and they don't necessarily hold. For example, as the Health Justice Initiative in South Africa recently actually successfully, through the South African courts, forced the South African government to release the contracts with vaccine manufacturers, we discovered, quite amazingly, that Johnson & Johnson was charging 15% more actually for the COVID-19 vaccines in South Africa than they were for the European Union. And had the Serum Institute's similar arrangement had gone through, that also would have been true of the Serum Institute's, in fact, COVID-19 vaccines in South Africa. Importantly, so we then can recognize that tiering, particularly in this voluntary negotiation approach, doesn't exactly leave the public sector in an advantaged position to actually safeguard equity, because tiered pricing does not equal equity pricing unless, of course, it does reflect this difference actually in resources between the different segments of the marketplace. So let's turn now to the other approach, which is pooling, which we will connect to a number of major, of course, undertakings that some of you may be familiar with. So many health technologies, of course, require combining several building blocks of knowledge, several components to make a diagnostic, drug, or vaccine. For a diagnostic, this might be the platform technology for a diagnostic. You need biomarkers, though, of course, to make the genetic diagnosis, and you need reagents to run the test. For a vaccine, this may include, of course, not only, you may need antigens targeted by the vaccine. You may need an adjuvant to boost immune response to the vaccine, and so on. Multiple components. For a disease like HIV/AIDS or TB, you may require cocktail drugs and used in combination to treat effectively. And it was this combination, of course, therapy required for HIV/AIDS that led to the creation of the medicines patent pool, whereby originator companies could license their patented drugs for HIV/AIDS, and now under other indications, to the medicines patent pool. And in turn, these can then be cross-licensed to generic companies that could bring triple therapy to treat HIV/AIDS to market, including things like pediatric formulations that perhaps were not of sufficient market interest to, of course, the main manufacturers of the originator drugs. So, but if you give it to generic companies, they may find it actually quite profitable to put the licensed products together and provide that pediatric formulation that otherwise would not be served in the marketplace. So during the pandemic, of course, the World Health Organization created its own pooling mechanism for the COVID-19 health technologies. And through the COVID-19 Technology Access Pool, or CTAP, it was a struggle, of course, to actually get any of the health technologies licensed. More on diagnostics, but took almost 3 years before the first commercial COVID-19 vaccine was licensed by CTAP. And I I will say by actually, of course, a disclosure, I was on the CTAP's technical advisory group for WHO, but what I say here, of course, only reflects my personal views. But importantly, of course, CTAP represents, in my mind, a remarkable, though advance, nonetheless, despite the limited, of course, the limited gains it could secure from the pharmaceutical industry, particularly on the vaccine side, that was reluctant to license to the pool. And that was importantly that along the way set the precedent for public research agencies from the NIH here in the United States to the Spanish, of course, National Research Agency to provide publicly funded inventions and license to CTAP for global non-exclusive licensing. And that is really remarkable. And what's really important about it, it was housed at the WHO. Why is that so important? Because the World Health Organization, backed by member states, is the one key way by which, of course, public funding can be well aligned with our goals. They are involved also in providing disease management guidelines, in pre-qualifying manufacturers, in providing technical assistance to the scale up of these technologies in country. So the policy instrument pooling intellectual property rights being housed at the WHO gives it a normative impetus that actually is not available in the medicines patent pool. And that distinction is important. As important, of course, to support these kinds of efforts. And now the WHO, to its credit, has taken it one step further. So in the wake of COVID-19, they're now talking about the Health Technology Access Pool, or HTAP, which was announced in principle a number of weeks ago. And we hope to hear about more details going forward. But that's going to be incredibly important for people in our community, because that is the future vehicle by which these kinds of licenses might be best positioned from our universities, from our public health research funding, our publicly funded research agencies, so that we can have a channel to provide global non-exclusive licensing to those who may want to build upon the innovation globally. Now, let me turn, of course, to financing, because we did have aspirational ideas of how financing globally might be done differently, not necessarily actually in this fashion. I have 20 minutes, right, total for this, right? Okay, just want to be sure. So it's financing. So on the push incentives, rather, one approach is to use push incentives, paying for inputs of R&D. And the usual push incentives are things like R&D tax credits or more public funding for research. But more recently, we have seen also more creative ways of strategically using public sector funding. But if there's push funding, there's got to be pull funding. And pull funding, of course, pays for the outputs of R&D. And this is where the pharmaceutical industry is generally more focused on, because you oftentimes will see this in the form of higher reimbursement rates, which also should count. But also, in addition, of course, extended market exclusivity, like monopoly pricing extended through either extended patent periods or, of course, data exclusivity or market exclusivity through regulatory agencies. Now, importantly, of course, there is typically not much effort to adjust downward the pull incentive just because we put in more money up front as a public sector. So there's no extra bonus that we adjust for if we actually are publicly financing something. But that's something, again, perhaps we should be thinking about, And importantly, also, there's not much clarity oftentimes whether or not we're approaching close to marginal cost pricing. Too much of the discussion is over value-based pricing, which again, I would urge many to think much more deeply about, whether value-based pricing really makes sense in a global context. Because ethically, a person who dies actually in an intensive care unit in the United States may avert a lot of healthcare costs, but the same person dying with a disease in Malawi will just die without actually, of course, nearly the same level of expenditures. How does a value-based pricing system really address these kind of global inequities? So importantly, there are many, of course, ways in which this has been creatively applied by industry. And so let me just advance a little bit more just to show you, of course, the push and the pull on these slides. Now, I want to bring these all together in the last few slides, and that is the end-to-end approach really involves actually new mechanisms that we're seeing arising on the global front. One of them, of course, is pool procurement through global, like for example, through the Global Drug Facility. And the Global Drug Facility is a great example of this because it provides a one-stop shop for TB commodities. And it does a number of things for actually manufacturers. It provides them the surety of potential demand by using demand forecasting and providing, of course, the financing of course, of pulling together what might be bought in the next few years. And by doing so, it enables even markets that have very few patients by comparison, the opportunity to actually have manufacturers say, we're going to go the distance because we know that the next few years we will have actually a market for that product. And that has been really critical they get concessionary drug prices as well in those kinds of exchanges, which means, of course, we get a better deal, hopefully for patients. This is, of course, happening and in other places too, like the Apollo Revolving Fund, which is part of the WHO's, of course, office in the Americas, as well as, of course, at UNICEF. Important actually as an instrument, of course, for this area. A second area that we want to talk about just simply is the whole now new emerging discussions over local production, which is, of course, any of you who followed the COVID-19 discussions, Africa is all about discussing right now. How do we actually ensure regional and national health security through local production? Because otherwise, we won't have the ability to, in fact, source the very products we need in things like pandemics, emerging outbreaks, and even the routine endemic diseases we face. And here, importantly, there are several different models. Government-owned production that could be done, for example. You have a number of countries, like, for example, in Brazil, Biopharma Ginkgos provides a substantial fraction of the vaccines in Brazil. So you have state-owned manufacturers. You have a hybrid version, of course, where we could have, of course, government-contracted production or an R&D, and that is also something that can be considered and is in a number of places done. And the third approach is really emerging more recently, including the United States, and this is the one also to watch on the US front, and that's CivicRx, which is really a nonprofit generic drug company led initially by Intermountain Healthcare and other healthcare organizations and several foundations. And they initially said they were going to prioritize generic drugs that met several criteria. Those that are on the WHO central drugs list, saw a price increase of 50% or more, or face shortages. And these members of the nonprofit generic company then have actually no rationale to, of course, do pricing beyond marginal cost. They would want as close to marginal cost pricing as possible, which is really extraordinary. And so as a result, actually, the first two antibiotics, the first two drugs they actually put forward were daptomycin and vancomycin. So this is an exciting new model to bring things to market. And so on my final slide, I just want to say that this kind of approach is not novel. In fact, at the dawn of the antibiotic age, we might recall the story of penicillin. Over a decade after Fleming's discovery of penicillin encountered slow progress in Britain to produce the drug, Howard Florey came to the United States, and with the support of a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation. And here, our Office of Scientific Research and Development at that time did three key things. One was they made actually the availability of corn steep liquor for the scaling up actually of growth media as a growth medium of penicillin as a mold, which was critical. Second, they actually range for overcoming industry concerns of antitrust by allowing the companies to collaborate. And third, they importantly made it possible actually to offset the risk by providing essentially $75 million, a princely sum at that time. Importantly, a small firm then called Pfizer had a particular key actually process called the innovation of submerged fermentation that enabled the scale up of penicillin. You could grow them actually instead of in these large actually things, you could actually grow them in submerged fermentation, much deeper vats. That actually allowed, of course, later Merck, of course, and Squibb to continue the work of this using the same technology for streptomycin. But importantly for penicillin, it meant that it was produced as a generic drug by multiple firms, which multiplied the volume by over 70-fold, and the price fell from $200 per million Oxford units to 50 cents. And while no one's suggesting that we can repeat the history will repeat itself, importantly, this was actually an early, of course, example of how we could innovate without borders. Actually, and I would say that our time today demands no less than this kind of collective action. So with that, I hope this is a useful overview to, of course, many of the issues that we face together. Thank you so much.
Okay, I just want to thank Dr. So again for giving such a great overview of how the landscape of research and development has been shaped up. And in the meantime, so we're going to transition over to a presentation by Dr. Kishore Wasan, who is a distinguished professor at the University of British Columbia, where he will be talking about some of the real-world implications of some of the practices and processes that Dr. So just outlined. And so in that case, we'll be shedding light on kind of what R&D on the global market looks like in terms of a specific drug being brought that talks about kind of some of the research that Dr. Wasan conducts in lipid-based drug delivery.
So without further ado, we're going to hand it off to Dr. Wasan.
Well, thank you very much. I'm just trying to get the share screen here to work. Yeah, I not able to share my talk. See, it was working a little while ago, but technical challenges from Vancouver. Thank you for having me, by the way. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Let's see if not, I can have someone there just move my slides.
Okay. Yeah, so we should be able to share this screen from our end. So we'll just do that for you.
Okay, why don't we do that? And I'll just say next slide and go from there. My apologies. It's technical, always technical challenges with, there we go. Thank you so much. All right. And I'll just say, Justin, I'll just say next slide. So I hope that's okay with everybody. So UAM, thank you for having me. I wish I was in Baltimore. First of all, my apologies for not being there. It's Easter weekend, and I'm being inducted into my church tonight. So I'm very excited about that. And I would have loved to have been there. And I want to thank, first of all, the UAM organizers at Johns Hopkins, as well as to Justin, who's an awesome guy, for having me. And Dr. So gave a great talk because, you know, I'm a pharmaceutical scientist and a research scientist. And I've got to tell you that for most of my life and career, I've been a self-serving, greedy, foolish, you know, kind of man that all I worried about as a pharmaceutical scientist was trying to make profit from the technologies that we were developing. And but that all changed with the story of our work with amphotericin B, and ultimately how we started the Neglected Global Diseases Initiative at UBC that I hope to impart on you today in this short presentation. So next slide, please. So what is amphotericin B? So amphotericin B is a polymacrolide antibiotic used in the treatment of bloodborne fungal infections and parasitic infections. And it's a very effective drug. However, its use is limited by dose-dependent nephrotoxicity, the fact that you have to give it as an IV infusion into patients. It's not cost-effective, it's not cheap, and you have to have trained personnel, and it's not tropically stable. So physicians at Vancouver General Hospital, I was giving grand rounds back in 1999, said, you know, Keish, can you and your lab develop an oral formulation of amphotericin B that we could give prophylactically to patients prior to them going in for transplant? So they became immune compromised, they were getting systemic fungal infections, and instead of having to come into the hospital for IV parenteral amphotericin B in advance, could we give them something prophylactically that they could use at home? So I went back to the lab, and we guys developed an oral formulation of amphotericin B, and we did the fancy patents. You know, I went ahead and filed my provisional patent. We did all the systemic fungal infection work in my lab. We were going to form a company. I was going to make millions of dollars, and I was going to be able to retire as a rich professor somewhere on a tropical island. And we published our papers. And then one day, I had a young medical student who, by the way, was running our UAM chapter at the University of British Columbia that came to my office and said to me, Keish, have you thought about working with amphotericin B in this devastating parasitic disease called leishmaniasis? I went, leishmaniasis? And I was totally embarrassed, colleagues, because I said to myself, what is leishmaniasis? And on top of that, it turns out leishmaniasis is a devastating parasitic infection in the developing world in my home motherland country of India. And of course, I'm from Indian background, and my mother was all over me going, you know, you need to do something good with your life, Kishore. You're not going to even help people and save people's lives in India with this disease. So I Googled madly, what's leishmaniasis? Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, systemic fungal infections. Next slide, please. So what is leishmaniasis? So leishmaniasis is a parasitic infection that stings you. It's the sandfly that is found in tropically diverse countries. But even though we're now seeing leishmaniasis in the United States because of climate change, this sandfly comes along and stings you and releases this parasitic infection that primarily goes into the liver and into the spleen. And if not treated, can lead to devastating deaths. And these numbers I've given you on this slide are probably wrong and underrepresentative of what's happening. We're talking millions of people having this infection, and it's a hotspot, particularly in South Sudan, in Eastern Africa, and those parts of the country and the world, and a very devastating disease. Next slide, please. So the current treatments are liposomal amphotericin B, miltefosine, and paromomycin. And you can see the issues with each of those products. And so what the UAEM medical student said to me was, can you use oral amphotericin B that's cost effective, that's safe, that's tropically stable, that could be used to address the limitations of VL that each of these different drugs have? Liposomal amphotericin B is very effective, but it's not cost effective, and it's not tropically stable, and you have to give it as an IV infusion, and patients are not going to be able to be accessing that. Miltefosine, which is the only oral drug on the market for VL, all right, is toxic, particularly with women of childbearing age, and it's not got tropical stability. And paromomycin is a nasty aminoglycoside that is used with IM injections. It's just not accessible. Next slide, please. So if we could develop a formulation that overcomes the limitations of parenteral administration that led to loss of income, increased cost of administration, increased risk of side effects, and decreased availability, then we might have something here. Next slide, please. So long story short, with the funding for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we were able to show that our oral formulation of amphotericin B called ICO 009, no, back slide, please, go backwards, was very, very effective in reducing the parasitic load. Next slide, please. And this is a poster that we published a number of years ago with the consortium and colleagues at UBC, showing that we had a tropically stable form and that we were able to reduce the parasitic load in animals at a very non-toxic dose. Next slide, please. And we've now completed phase 1 clinical studies, phase 1A single dose and phase 1B multiple safety studies showing the safety of our formulation in patients with our oral formulation. Next slide, please. So we've got this proprietary blend of monodiglycerides with FDA-approved GRAS exponents. They are affordable lipid excipients. They're easy to formulate and scale up, and we have tropical stability. Next slide, please. And so what are the major advantages of this? Easy to administer, decreased cost of administration, lack of infusion toxicity, lack of kidney, liver, and GI tox that is usually associated with AMP. Increase accessibility to people, particularly in rural and poor countries, and it's a thermally stable formulation. Next slide, please. And just recently, in this fall, the WHO's Pediatric Drug Optimization Group has now prioritized our oral amphotericin B for further development in children with VL. And we're currently now working with WHO and other and global health groups to try to develop this at or below cost for developing world indications. At this point, I said to myself, you know what? We don't need to make profit here. We need to follow the spirit of UAM and develop this technology to make a difference in people's lives. Next slide, please. So what are these neglected global diseases, and why is it important to develop initiatives around that? And this is a very famous quote recently from Pope Francis. Neglected tropical diseases and neglected people, if the opposite of love is not hate, it's actually indifference. And that really defines these neglected diseases. These neglected diseases are really neglected people. And there are 21 infectious diseases which increase poverty and occur in the poorest regions of the world, often in tropical areas, in war zones and remote areas. And there's more than 1 billion people that are affected, primarily women and children, unfortunately, and they're neglected because there's limited funding, research, and treatments. And the idea here is we want to develop them at or below cost for developing world indications. Next slide, please. So why are they neglected? They're neglected because the proportionality between the disease and between the magnitude of the disease and the amount of resources that are put into funding this work is completely out of whack. I mean, we got millions of people that are affected with these types of diseases and very little investment into that. Next slide. So what can universities do? What can we do to make a difference? How can we have the poorest of the poor share in university discoveries? And what we found was that the University of British Columbia and many other universities, there was great research going on, but it wasn't being translated. And everyone was setting up a company. So I went to my vice president of research and I said, is there a way we can do an environmental scan of what's happening at UBC with people who are doing technologies in this area? And what we need is we need mechanisms to encourage and fund expensive research and development for neglected diseases. We must protect these discoveries early, but most importantly, we need to be able to deliver it on the ground. It's great to have great new standards of care and new technologies and new diagnostics and new drugs in an ivory tower, but if they don't make a change in the standard of care on the ground, it doesn't mean anything to anybody. Next slide, please. So we developed the Neglected Global Diseases Initiative at UBC, and we started our Neglected Disease Initiative about 15 years ago. And our mission was to develop interventions for neglected global diseases and ensure that they're delivered to those in need. And we brought together people from bench science, biotechnology, pharmaceutical sciences, health, law, social policy, working together to generate affordable, life-sustaining medicines, diagnostics, and standard of care to make a difference in the developing world and in low and middle income countries. Next slide, please. And in UBC, back in 2007 and 2008, thanks to our local UAEM chapter, we were the first in Canada to develop global access policies. And our policies and our procedures are that technologies would be developed at or below cost for developing world indications so that we could make a difference in the developing world. And we try to get people, researchers, and others at our university to sign on to these principles and move their technologies forward under this global access health equity policy and procedures. Next slide, please. So how did UBC respond? Well, luckily, we have a great technology transfer office, the University Industrial Liaison Office, and our Neglected Global Diseases Initiative worked hand in hand together to start to find the funding, to try to find the partners, to try to find, Dr. So makes a great comment about, you've got to build a network of people so that, you can find the resources and have the right connections in the developing world and in low and middle income countries that can help you to move things forward. Next slide, please. And how did we do? Well, as you know, UAM, you have a report card, and we have done very well in your report card on 3 different occasions. On the first report card in 2013, UBC was ranked #1. We got an A-. We weren't perfect. We had a number of things to do, but we're very proud of the report card. In 2017, we again were ranked near the top. And in 2023, we were the top Canadian university when it came to the University Global Health Impact Report Card. So we're making impact, but we're not perfect. And Justin will tell you from his report that, and your team's report, that we have had cracks in our armor that we have to work on to make a big difference. Next slide, please. So what we want to do is develop interventions for neglected diseases and ensure the delivery to those in need. Next slide, please. And so this is a poster we just presented at the American Society for Tropical Medicine meeting, but also this has now turned into a publication that we just published in December of this past year in Frontiers in Pharmacology, which highlights the 15 years of implementing global access principles at the University of British Columbia. And you're welcome to look at the slide and look at the publication in Frontiers of Pharmacology. We give you examples of different projects that are now under this policy where we're making a difference. And we have a wide range of projects, from work in COVID-19, in work in sepsis, to telemedicine, to antimicrobial resistance, to the work in malaria, to the work in leishmaniasis, as examples of the kinds of technologies and the kinds of diagnostics and the kinds of work that we're doing where we're developing it at or below cost for developing world indications to make a difference in those parts of the world. Next slide, please. What else can we do? And this is a picture on the top left corner of one of our former students, Jennifer Choi. Jennifer was really instrumental in making us move NGDI and UAM forward. She's now since subsequently not only finished her microbiology and biology degree, but she actually went on to law school and is actually now a lawyer and is involved actually in the intellectual property side and the patent pool aspects of it. Because as Dr. So correctly said, we have to have practicality in how to move things forward. We have to have practicality in how to not only get our discoveries out there, but be able to use intellectual property properly to help move things forward, not just to make huge profit. So as I say in this last slide, we want to advocate, educate, and participate. Collaborate outside of your discipline and help to initiate your own neglected disease research. And I would throw out the last thing. You know, it's your generation that makes a huge difference in caring for people in these kinds of issues with climate change and neglected diseases and so on. My generation has failed in this respect, and it's your generation. My son is probably the age of many of you out there. I mean, you care about the world in a lot different way than we did. And so we want to use NGDI as a potential mechanism and model for other organizations at universities to try to inspire our students to be the champions of the next generation. And with that, thank you so much for your time. And I hope, if nothing else, we've inspired you to think about the kinds of things you can do at universities. Thank you so much. I don't hear any clapping, so I assume I did okay.
I can assure you that there was a lot of clapping.
No, it's okay.
I'm
not trying to be arrogant. By the way, my apologies to everyone out there. We heard about the Baltimore bridge that collapsed, and we have bridges out here, and so we're of course very worried about our infrastructure. So our prayers to everybody that's been affected by the bridge collapse in your part of the world. But thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the Q&A.
Yep. And we'll be going on with that after we get through our next two speakers. But just to rehash, we really appreciated you bringing the story of amphotericin B to life, as well as how you got involved in the Global Neglected Diseases Initiative. And so with that, then, next up we have, I'm proud to introduce to you all Heather Vedot, Executive Director of the Male Contraceptive Initiative, who will be sharing her insights on the successes and roadblocks associated with scaling up male contraceptive products. And Heather's expertise in this field provides valuable perspective on advancing innovation in birth control, a subfield of healthcare that has gradually seen new innovative approaches to making its technologies more accessible to the public. So to better describe her role at MCI and its mission to increase visibility for these issues, I will hand the mic over.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I have to say this is one of the most nervous presentations I've had in quite some time, because I feel like I realized as I was writing this and refining it this morning that I feel like I'm actually here to put out an invitation to collaborate and to present what I think is an opportunity for this community to really help us shape how male contraceptives are manufactured and distributed in the world. I'll get into that. I'm going to put out a couple of disclaimers. First of all, there's going to be some topics that I sort of just blatantly put up here. I was telling Justin, this is my first time feeling like I get to say the quiet stuff out loud, so it's a little unusual for me to be as candid. So everybody in my office was laughing because I kept showing the slide over and over again. I was like, I get to put in this little animation about affordable. So I'm going to run through some quick technical stuff. I'm just going to assume most folks don't have a lot of familiarity with the state of male contraception, because not many people do. So basically, we're still working on a major challenge for the contraceptive community more broadly, which is the nearly half of all pregnancies around the world every year are unintended. And as we know, the primary offerings for females or with people with uteruses are hormonal methods. So one of the unique opportunities that we have at MCI Male Contraceptive Initiative is we focus exclusively on non-hormonal male reversible contraception. So the current options for men are virtually non-existent, still working with condoms and vasectomy. And there's a real need, and I'll get into that in a second, for more options. So I think everybody who works in public health tends to think that they are the center of the Sustainable Development Goal universe, but we made a slide So really we see, addressing unintended pregnancies as a root means of addressing all of the sustainable development goals, simply just by allowing people to plan to have the size families that they really do want to have. Preventing unintended pregnancies is just a really powerful way to influence the society globally. So we feel very strongly about that. So quickly, a little bit about MCI. So this is our 10th anniversary this year. We were established really in 2004 around advocacy and awareness building around male contraception. And in 2017, we received our first tranche of funding to be able to do grant making. So we started out primarily as a grant making organization. So as we've done that, we've found ourselves, so we are now a bustling group of 7. Before that, there were 3 of us that were working on this, 1 scientist and 2 public health people. And so we realized, okay, we can do pass through and just do grant making, or we can take the public health skills and passion that we have and use the rest of the time, so to speak, to work on that. So how that's grown in the 6 years that our team has been working together is into this network map. So we've really worked hard to bring the partners together. It's, as you might imagine, a very small space. It's, I feel like, really unique in how collaborative and how deeply collaborative the product developers are because of the lack of funding. People are sharing IP already, so it's very much a ripe environment for innovating how products are developed. I got ahead of myself. So this is our big approach. So we do funding and supporting of research and development, and then we do advocacy, which primarily has been public engagement. We are getting a little bit more into policy advocacy. Here's a quick view of the pipeline just to demonstrate that there is a robust pipeline of products in development. We have a few products that have actually started into phase 1 clinical. So things are really bubbling up. Again, sorry to breeze through these. My slides can be shared, no problem, after the fact if folks are interested. This was a pivotal data set for us to get because I joked that on my tombstone, I was going to have the words carved, men will use it and women will trust them, because the global health community had sort of just carte blanche dismissed the fact that there was a need or an interest in male contraceptive methods. And really it's because we've, since the advent of the pill, contraception's been pretty much inextricably linked with women's rights and women's autonomy to do what we've all done, get educations, build our careers and time our families in a more controlling manner. So we sort of left men behind in this conversation. And so really what we're talking about, we're trying to break the distinguishing language between male and female contraception. So it really is just adding to the true contraceptive method mix, because right now women have the primary responsibility for preventing unintended pregnancies. And by bringing men in, it allows everyone to have their own reproductive autonomy and for couples to even have greater opportunity to control the size and spacing of families, or if they want to have children. A big part of this, as I said, was getting this international market data. So I know there's a lot to see here, but basically, and I'm going to reference back to this in a second. So the yellow line at the bottom, these were data sets of about 2,000 men in Kenya, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, the US, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and the DRC. The US is the bottom line that you see there, and the really interesting part is the dotted line that comes down. So basically, the data were summarized such that it was a discrete choice activity because there are no methods currently available. So it was sort of describing what kind of methods could be available. And then when they got to the end of the survey, it was like, okay, so you have this method in mind of what you could use. If this were on the market, how soon would you be willing to use it? So that dotted line down indicates where the men that were surveyed said the time period that they would use these products. So that's within 12 months. So you see 76% of the men they overlap there. I think it is actually both Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire? Bangladesh, sorry, would use the products within a year. So 76%, that's a huge percentage. And yes, I know that these sort of predictive data have their issues, but it's not inconsequential that these numbers are so high. So we'll get back to that, but it demonstrates there's a need. So this is really what I wanted to get to, where I start talking to you guys. So we have a need, which is a need to address the global unintended pregnancy rate. We have a solution, which is to develop more methods of male contraception. We have an engaged ecosystem coordinator, a robust product pipeline, and we have a global market. So the question that is under the little thing there is, why don't we have more male contraception? So it's because the pharmaceutical industry is neither funding nor prioritizing contraception, but in all fairness, neither is anyone else. So contraception is grossly underfunded in the world of drug development, and male contraception, even more so. So we heard Dr. Magunga earlier talk about how much money the NIH puts into drug development, and we've heard it in other areas throughout the day today. So the NIH is the largest funder of male contraception. And I'm proud to say MCI is the second largest funder of male contraception. And it's also powerful for me to say that because we only fund 1.5 million in grants every year. So that is not even a rounding error on most drug development programs. So it's really important to recognize that that a lack of funding is the first problem. So this historical precedence around this, and it's been so interesting hearing all the conversations from my colleagues today, is de-risking, tiered pricing, and market shaping. So my background is focusing more on bringing contraceptive methods to low and middle income countries, increasing access to a wider variety of methods. So that's the lens I bring into developing male contraceptives as well. So the pharmaceutical industry has been out of the contraceptive game for decades. So what happened is the development sector stepped in to fill that void because these were populations that they were trying to serve. So they wanted to provide longer acting methods in particular because of the populations they were serving that didn't necessarily have access to clinics. So this is something that's been going on for decades. So the most recent advancements in contraceptive products were actually developed through phase 3 with funding from public and philanthropic agencies primarily. So when we're talking about paying for these products, a lot of what we've talked about in some of the discussions around IP and tech transfer offices is that the IP, the technology is handed off in the early preclinical stages. That is not the case for contraception. It is paid all the way through phase 3 and then licensed to pharma. So this is me being a little snarky, and God bless AI generated images. So basically my vision is that you have pharma at the end of the pipeline waiting to catch these products and price them with the calculus that they use for their own products that they've done all the R&D on. So sometimes this results in drugs that are 700% times the cost of goods. And it's just, ridiculous. So, and despite negotiations, the products that were paid for instance, by international aid agencies, were not able to be procured for the communities they were meant to serve. So to this day, some of those products are not available broadly. So the field is still stuck in this mindset of what can we do to woo pharma? Like the traditional path is the only way. So even in these models, best case scenario, you have tiering of pricing, which we just talked about. So you're charging folks in Western societies more, which isn't fair either. We have people who are in need here as well. So even when you do have the tiered pricing model, sometimes it takes decades. We just did a big parallel introduction study last year to get these products on the market. So yes, they'll focus on the developed markets, and then eventually they'll get to it. So efforts to stimulate demand and competition have largely been through market shaping efforts like access initiatives, volume guarantees, those sorts of things, but those aren't sustainable methods. And I've got 1 minute left. Okay. So I'm going to pitch really fast here. So these are the last 2 slides that I have to pitch to you guys. So what's the opportunity? We have a global unstaked market that addresses a significant public health need, a sector that's funded exclusively by public and philanthropic entities, lack of immediate interest from pharma companies, VCs, so there's a lack of funding, but we can always work around that. Male contraception is viewed as a subprime asset by many tech transfer offices, which gives us a lot of negotiating power. And then the next question that we're trying to address is how do we maintain our control or influence to maintain mission-driven pharma? So global access clauses are sort of the go-to now, PRIs, things like that. But how can we think bigger? And that's my big point, and it's hidden under there, but it's flipping the model. I showed you the market research data. if we were to go with that market data, we should be going to developing countries first. So what would happen if we went and, oops, let me go back here. What would happen if we went to the developing countries first? We could build the capacity that was spoken about earlier. We could have regulatory introduction take place and start in these developing countries, LMICs, have the clinical studies there, and then build the capacity to do the manufacturing there. It could be a complete reversal of how the current system works. I think that the potential is there, and I think that the minds in this room can help the 5 of us at MCI think through this more. So that's what I was really excited to come here today and talk to you guys about, is like, just come at us, give us any ideas you have, because we need brain power, we need experience, we need better slides than mine, just ways to communicate this better. We also have a big focus on youth. I have to say, you know, just as we were just talking about, I'm keeping a seat warm. That's how I view my job until you guys are ready to come and take it, because the next generation, you do care more, you are more active, and I can't wait to have you guys really running with this stuff. So we have a youth advisory board that works with us from these universities, and we have some high school students as well. I would love to start seeing some sort of collaboration with UAM and really get the youth angle in here. And really, I would love for you guys to present at one of our youth advisory board meetings to just get this insight going with them. So anyway, I'm sorry, I'm excited and nervous. And I was telling Justin, like, I just really am excited to work with you all. You can break the code for our email address criteria, just any of our first names. I'm Heather@malecontraceptive.org. Logan is our research director. Kevin is our communications and marketing director. And this is actually one, I realized I need to dust my desk, but this I got out of a fortune cookie. And I was writing these slides at first, and I looked up and I saw this, and I was like, this is what this meeting is for me. Life is never more fun than when you're the underdog competing against the giants. So thank you for having me. And thank you for the work that you do, because the part I forgot to mention, I'm here because of a UAM alumni. Jason Cross, who was here at JHU, reached out to me on LinkedIn about, I don't even know how long ago now. Oh my gosh, it must be almost 10 years ago now, when I was at another job, and got me thinking about the UAM mindset. And it has put me on a whole different path with my career. It is absolutely set how we're looking at how MCI can impact the world. So you guys have a huge impact, and your alumni network is amazing. So your work matters, and I'm really grateful that you're all here. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. So lastly, we're going to wrap up today's series of presentations with Dana Brown, who's Director of Health and Economy at the Democracy Collaborative. And as an established author in her respective field, Dana can speak to the challenges of the current economic system in incentivizing innovation in the pharmaceutical sector. And she'll explain the concept of public ownership as a pathway to counteract obstacles currently faced in a heavily commercialized space today. So with Dana's expertise in this area, I'm going to hand the mic off. And then whenever you're ready,
Yep.
Perfect.
I have no slides, so you guys can ignore the screen, or we can bring it to Kishore if you want him in the room with us. Also, I recognize it's the end of the day and people are tired. Hey, feel free to stand up, stretch, move around, dance while I'm talking. You can't distract me. I'm just really excited to be here. I love UAEM. I love talking with you guys. I always learn something. You're a spectacularly smart and motivated and motivating group of people. So it's really a pleasure to be here. Real quick, show of hands. Who's heard of public pharma before today? Okay, that's awesome. Quick show of hands again. Has the US public sector, the government, ever developed new drugs? Oh, interesting. I'm going to dispel that myth. We'll come back to that. Real quick, just shout out, no hands. What might the advantages of public pharma be? Anything?
Transparency.
Oh, cool. What else?
Take power away from pharma.
Oh, I love it. Anybody else? Affordability. Yeah, great. Any other thoughts? Feel free to jot stuff down as I'm talking too. Okay, we'll circle back to this. And then last, what?
Supply.
Consistent supply. Awesome.
say innovation for the sake of innovation.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I love it. This is all fantastic. I'm going to try to cover a few of these things. Anything I don't cover today, you can follow up with me. I've got my card here. Justin can send around my email. And then last thing, I'll ask you if you've got any brain power left while I'm talking, before I get there, if you can jot down anything that you think might be a challenge to building a robust public pharmaceutical sector in the United States. Right? Okay, so we're going to talk about some of the advantages, what might some of the challenges. So super quick, why do I care about public pharma? Well, let's talk really briefly about the sort of issues with innovation that we have with the current pharmaceutical sector. We've talked a lot about that today with specific examples, but I want to give a real quick global overview. So my personal central preoccupation with the pharmaceutical industry stems from analysis that many of the issues we currently see, like a decline in clinically meaningful innovation, sky-high prices, recurring and increasing numbers of shortages of essential medicines, increasing post-market safety issues, and regulatory capture, something that we can come back to. All of these are the natural outcomes of an industry oriented around the singular goal of maximizing profit. That focus on primarily short-term returns creates incentives that aren't always in alignment with public health goals, equity, or even macroeconomic goals. The very ownership of the institutions of the industry and the intellectual property that it produces are a defining feature that heavily influences outcomes, right? Why do we get certain drugs and not others? Why are they priced a certain way, right? So what does this current ownership model in pharmaceuticals get us as a country? The current industry is dominated by highly financialized large firms with significant market share and thus little competition, right, in certain therapeutic classes. What does that produce for us as Americans or for residents of this country? So first, we have a highly extractive industry, and Dr. So started to talk about this, right? We get a huge diversion of capital, the economists in the room. We get a huge diversion of capital away from production and consumption and value-added services and towards capital gains. That is, we're putting a lot of money into making money for money rather than making stuff like medicine. We can get into that further later, but there's some great work by folks like Bill Lazonic and others that show how these big pharma companies are highly financialized and they, quote, routinely distribute more than 100% of profits to shareholders, generating extra cash by reducing reserves, selling off assets, taking on debt, and laying off employees. So they downsize the company where they're supposed to be doing R&D, making new drugs for us, so that they can pay shareholders more money. Is this the best use of our money? Maybe not. What else do we get from the current model? Well, we're double taxed for our medications, right? We talk about that a lot. We pay for the upfront basic research, and then we pay for the medications. And you could even sort of say we're triple taxed in the sense that we also heavily subsidize these industries, and often they don't pay the taxes that they legally owe us, right, by offboarding their IP, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, they spend a lot more on marketing than they do on R&D, about twice what they spend on R&D. All in all, there is little public return on vast public investment that goes into developing new drugs. Blah, 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 blah. And so we know that what that results in for us as a country. A quarter to a third of Americans report not taking medications as prescribed due to prohibitive costs. Right, the profit-fueled opioid epidemic, which we talked about in another workshop, has decimated innumerable communities. Much of the costly innovation that we get from pharmaceutical industry is clinically meaningless, right? Those Me Too drugs. And of course, drug shortages are on the rise. Additionally, a lack of transparency in the sector leads to economic and scientific inefficiency, with duplication of efforts slowing down scientific processes in the name of firm competitiveness. Again, all of these are the natural outcomes of an industry oriented solely around profit. So to get different outcomes, we need a different design. Once that we see that these, okay, so that's where what we call a public option comes into play. And for me, the work on a public option starts with the assumption that because they're not beholden to shareholders or driven by these market imperatives, public entities, publicly owned and operated pharmaceutical enterprises are free from those constraints of profit maximization and rent seeking, and they can instead define their bottom line in a different way, right? Their imperative can be based on the value of their contributions to public health, to scientific advancement, to local economic resiliency, to securing the supply chain, et cetera, right? Public entities can put a different set of values out there than are we maximizing returns for shareholders? And they have a different timeline too, right? Shareholders, the private market is very focused on short-term returns, whereas the public sector could afford to put in what we call patient capital, where you invest some money now and you might not get a big return. You might not get that output for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. That kind of capital is easier to come by the public sector than in the private sector. We can talk more in detail in the Q&A and after about what current proposals are for public farming in the United States. There's a bill that a few of us have that's in front of folks in both the House and the Senate. It's being drafted at the moment, hasn't been introduced. That is for a major new public federal R&D institute that would develop new drugs, prioritizing those with the biggest public health impact and drugs that would help ameliorate health inequities and manage the resulting intellectual property in the public interest and in a transparent way, right? Sort of starting to force transparency on the whole industry by being transparent as a major drug developer and therefore creating some competition. There's also efforts that many of you might have heard of moving forward in several states to begin manufacturing generic drugs in the public sector or in public-private partnerships, right? Who's heard of the fact that California says it's going to bring insulins to market in the public sector and naloxone and then several other drugs after that? Yeah. So in the future, you could also imagine knitting these two together, right? You can have a federal, you can have regional entities doing full cycle R&D in the public sector, in the public interest, and you can have those working with state level or federal or even municipally operated manufacturing facilities, and you can have regional distributors, right? We can bypass all of that big pharma stuff and get the drugs that people need to them at the prices that are affordable through the public sector. And one thing I really want to emphasize here is that you hear a lot of stuff about cost effectiveness and with drugs. I'd like to propose that there's no reason that we can't treat medicine like a public service, right? Like public education or public transport. Does public transportation make money? Anybody? Does public education make money? No, those are money sinks, right? You have to spend money to hire teachers and build schools, but we do it because the social returns and the economic returns, frankly, are huge. But it's good for us as a nation to have an educated populace and an educated workforce, right? We can invent things. The only reason anyone can invent a new drug is because they've had some time to think and often an education, right? We invest in those things as a country. Why can't we treat medicine like that? Why do we have to say that the medicine has to be, you have to make all of the money back? Yeah, the public sector could afford to lose money. The public sector could afford to invest in things that have social returns. So I have a big fight going on at the moment with the folks in this public initiative in California who are going to bring insulins to market at whatever it was, $35, which sounds great compared to how much insulin costs right now. But as we know from the great work of Melissa Barber and colleagues, it doesn't cost anywhere near that much to produce insulin. Why does the state of California need to make its money back on the insulin or make some profit for their contractors? I don't know, because I would allege that it is socially quite valuable for people to be able to afford their medicine, for people to be able to continue to work, for people to be able to participate in their communities, for diabetics not to be having episodes of ketoacidosis, not to be filling up RERs, having their feet amputated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? There's a bunch of returns to all of us to have a healthy population and focus on things like taking care of others, participating in the community and society, getting an education, going to work. And if I go to work, if I'm able to work, if I'm able to keep myself off disability, I'm paying back to the tax base, which pays for all this stuff anyway. So super quickly, we can talk in detail if anyone has questions about what it would look like to have a public R&D institute in the United States, public manufacturing stuff. Oh, by the way, I promised to spell that earlier. Has the U.S. public sector ever developed medications? Yeah. Yeah, the state of California, the public health department created a treatment for infant botulism, which it continues to manufacture and distribute today. state of Massachusetts, through a company that is completely publicly owned, called Mass Biologics, produces that it develops new vaccines, immunoglobulins, monoclonal antibodies. The public health department of the city of New York developed a diphtheria antitoxin a century ago, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a bunch of examples. There are a lot more examples these days of public-private partnerships and all that. But it's a myth that it can't be done, or that we don't know how to do it, or it's never been done. So very quickly, did anybody, while I was rambling on, come up with any challenges to establishing a robust public pharmaceutical sector in the United States? I think there are a lot of challenges. I think it's worth fighting for. Compensation for research is interesting. What else?
I could be wrong, but I would just run up that say pharma.
Yeah, I think pharma would be happy to have the competition. What else?
Corruption.
Interesting. Always possible. Anything can be corrupted. What else? Yep. So I'm going to start talking a little more. Keep thinking. You can jump. You can interrupt me anytime as you have ideas too. So I've got a couple of things I want to share. Yeah. So the political and economic power of corporations, big pharma included, but not only them. And so the industry pushback that we would expect, I think, would be huge, right? Especially maybe not if the public sector is limiting itself. Oh no. Give me 30 seconds. Okay. My time is up, but I'm going to say a couple of things really, really quickly. So, so there's political and economic power in the industry. If not established with a clear mission and sufficient democratic governance and accountability mechanisms, public pharmaceuticals could be really vulnerable to politicization. They could suffer periods of disinvestment, or succumb to corporatization and a reversion to market-based measures of success. So they could measure their own success by, like, how many units did we sell? Did we make back the money? Is that the only way to measure things? No. And in fact, that California initiative, right, they promised to bring insulin to market, and they've already had a budget cut, and they've already had to postpone half of the program. So, right, this happens. This is a real thing. Another thing, so sustaining public financing over time is really hard, right? The electoral cycles always come up, different priorities. And as we know, developing new drugs takes sustained investments over time. Real quick, just the history of new public management and neoliberalism, right? The state has been gutted in a lot of ways, and the state has been taught that the only way to succeed people are like corporations. So there's a lot of dependence on external contractors and on building internal markets and incentivizing competition, when that's not necessarily the only answer to how to get public interest drugs to market. And then lastly, I'd love to talk about this at length if anyone wants to find me afterwards. A shifting culture inside institutions is really, and I think that's a huge and underestimated challenge. So if we wanted the NIH, for instance, to be the federal R&D institute that does full cycle drug development, the culture of that institution has to change, right? Because there's a real dependence on the current way of thinking. The culture of the PTO, the Patent and Trademark Office, the culture of the FDA, right? And several people have talked about examples today. What do you guys do at UAEM? Part of what you're doing is trying to challenge the institutional culture at your universities, where there's a learned way of doing things, which is we spin off and the scientists make their own company and they sell the intellectual property, and that's how they make, right? So it's a process, right? People's jobs depend on continuing to do the way they're always done. Budgets depend on it, but also it's ideology. It's a way of thinking. It takes time, and it's a really big, I think, an underestimated problem to think about. Not only what does the model need to look like in the future, but how do we get there, and how do we staff a thing, and how do we make sure that it's got the capacity to succeed, especially vis-a-vis the power of big pharma. So I'm going to leave it at that because I know we're really short on time, but I look forward to Q&A. And again, please contact me like when you're back at school and you're thinking about, well, how does public pharma link up at our university, and how can we contribute, and how can we manage intellectual property in different ways? Would love to continue the conversation. I always learn as much from you guys as anyone could ever learn from me. So thank you so much.
All right, so I think what we'll do is, because food should be ready pretty shortly, we'll take a couple questions for the Q&A. So I don't know if we want to do this, if all the panelists could please join us out in front, and then I think we'll put Dr. Wasan also on the screen just in a second. So I'll step over here. Does anyone have any questions for us to open with? Otherwise, something I think that was really interesting to me actually is in terms of this idea of public pharma, how that would look. Because we have mentioned that it has worked in the past in instances, for example, in Brazil. What it would look like if we were to make a transition in the States or, for example, Canada. And is that something you can do on like a product by product basis, or is that something more of a larger movement that's going to follow?
Everybody could probably contribute to this answer, but I'd say, so yes, and is essentially the answer. The answer is there are a million ways it could work. And so part of that strategic, how might we start? Where do we think there's opportunity? What can you build? I think there's some really interesting non-traditional entry points that are maybe not super exciting, but that we could talk about more. I think a wholesale distribution is super ripe for disruption. The wholesale kind of node in the pharmaceutical supply chain is very highly concentrated. There's essentially 3 wholesalers, and there's all sorts of issues with that. Having a public wholesaler to break that up and create competition, but also be transparent. If a wholesaler, public wholesaler, like a state or a region, or even a city said, you know, we're going to function as a wholesaler for medications and distributor around our region, and we're going to publish the prices. We're going to publish what we buy for and what we sell for. Then we magically know what the margins are, like the stuff that you can't get until it comes out in a court case. We're always talking about transparency. Public sector can force transparency by doing the thing and being transparent about it. So that's one thing. And just really quickly, a bunch of countries, including the US at different times in history, have successful public pharmaceutical operations in R&D, in production, in distribution, and they've all done it in different ways. There's places that have federal labs, regional labs, state-owned, different. There's partnerships. There's a lab in Poland that is public/worker-owned, and the workers that run that, you know, are on the board, et cetera. There's a whole bunch of different ways that you can imagine it, and I think what we collectively have to do is figure out strategically where are the openings in the United States. Where do we go first? R&D is like the biggest point of leverage, but it's maybe not where the doors open right now. So is there another place we can push? That's the way I think about it.
And I think it's a great question. And a public pharma in many ways offers the promise not only of transparency, because if you're paying for it actually as a public sector, you certainly will know what the input costs are. So you'll know what the output should be set at. And it also can help you remove some of the costs that we don't really wish to pay. So we may not actually consider it to be a societal priority, for example, to financialize the pharmaceutical sector, to enrich the C-suite, or to actually increase remarkable returns to actually shareholders of these companies. Instead, we might provide the priority on public health. And there are distinctively different approaches. So in places like Brazil, a parastatal government-owned entity may be fine, whether it's pharma ginkgos or biopharma ginkgos actually for their respective work on drugs or on vaccines. Butantan, which also does actually state level work, for example, on vaccine production in Brazil. But in places like the United States, where we oftentimes need to see private sector engagement, there are also models. And the nonprofit, of course, approach taken by CivicRx, which is also one of the ways by which California might operationalize its efforts to publicly produce medicines like insulin. It's really important for us to understand, because even in a US capitalist tech system, we can also create nonprofit generic companies or nonprofit pharmaceutical companies to in fact take on some of this. And very interestingly, what I didn't get a chance to point out was that CivicRx is importantly a major shift in the way in which we think about who should be owning the means of production. It is actually the healthcare delivery system that's owning the means of production. This marks a very interesting economic innovation because it vertically integrates the ownership of pharmaceutical production into the hands of the healthcare delivery system. And in fact, if we actually create these kind of nonprofit approaches, it means that also that the people who own that actually means of production have no real incentive of pricing way above marginal costs. they're going to want to price close to marginal costs, close to what actually makes it affordable for them as healthcare delivery system to deliver it at as affordable price as possible because it's on them. And so that's the kind of setup in some ways that's very innovative to see. We need many more than just one Civic RX, of course, to get this kind of job done. And we're going to need to see some proliferation of models actually to see how best to do it. But this is, of course, a very promising development. In areas like antibiotics, where we don't want to sell too many antibiotics because you sell more antibiotics, get more drug resistance, right? And so oftentimes you want to have the right, of course, point between supply and demand. This is exactly the kind of model. And in fact, the first 2 drugs contracted by Civic RX for antibiotics, daptomycin and vancomycin. And so again, this is the kind of model that actually, in my mind, speaks to the notion of public pharma.
Can I jump in there?
Yes, please.
As the only pharmaceutical scientist on the panel with 20 former graduate students in big pharma, let me speak up and make the following comment. So the Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative are former pharmaceutical scientists and big pharma people that have come together to develop medicines at below cost and nonprofit, but using the open model of pharmaceutical sciences. And so, and they get their funding from governments, from the WHO and organizations like that. They've got DNDi is in Brazil, in different parts of the world. And that model has worked extremely well. They just celebrated their 20-year anniversary. So I think there's opportunity here, but I think that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. But they have been highly successful in developing affordable medicines at or below cost for developing world indications.
I certainly don't have the depth of knowledge as my colleagues, but I will say, sort of coming from the other angle of trying to broach into this space, it's really challenging to realize how much is out here. And, we're trying to figure out a path. We are a nonprofit. We've talked to our board. Is the answer for us to become a drug developer? And so I feel like our immediate network is really challenged and has no visibility. So to come here and sit in this room and hear like this world of opportunities is truly mind blowing. And so again, nothing to contribute other than to say that I think that you're 100% right. There's opportunities that are out there that can come in and contribute to these models. And it also addresses the challenges with foreign aid, like the issues that are out there. These are products that are being funded by foreign aid and sort of don't have a sustainability model. You need something behind it and as an infrastructure. So I just think that making the networks to find out what else is out there that can contribute to these civic organizations is really exciting to think about.
Can I add one more point, if you don't mind? Yeah, sorry, if I sound like the voice of something from somewhere. 20, yeah, my apologies. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when I got involved in neglected global disease research, I was very upset because there wasn't seemed to be models of how to bring different groups together or funding mechanisms. Actually, there was just the Gates Foundation back then, and the Clinton Foundation and initiative had just started. But I've got to tell you guys, I have an optimistic view of the world now because there are new organizations like the Wright Foundation out of Korea, the GHIT Fund out of Japan, and many others that are working together. And it's a combination of nonprofits, government, grant funding organizations, WHO, and even big pharma, even pharmaceutical industry have come together to put resources together to develop medicines, essential medicines at or below cost for certain neglected tropical diseases. And so I throw out to the UAM group, look up these organizations, the Wright Foundation, the GHIT Fund, etc., because they're actually now available to fund some of the things I heard today on this, and I've only been on this small panel, that might be of interest to you. And I'll keep quiet now, but I thought I'd throw that out there.
I think what Dr. Ozan makes a great point, particularly the Project Development Partnership, of course, that has evolved over the last 20-some years. And important, I think that, Heather, you understate actually the importance of your area, because in many ways we have markets that are simply neglected because they don't generate necessarily the kind of revenues that are expected by the opportunity costs that the pharmaceutical industry realizes in areas like oncology, right? Let's face it, even antibiotics do not actually can't compete against oncology drugs because, and who sets those prices for oncology drugs? Well, it's the pharmaceutical industry that's lobbied very extensively, obviously, to allow for the kind of unfettered pricing of some of these products, and it has very little relationship to marginal cost of production. So that's the big challenge, right? But these both disruptive markets and non-disruptive markets, these paying markets and non-paying markets, we need to find a way in which to create a system of innovation that results in access. And that means really re-engineering the system.
Dr. So makes an outstanding point, colleagues, because I've been in the infectious disease area for 25 years. There has not been any good new novel infectious disease drugs since in systemic fungal infections since the late 1990s. And the reason why, as Dr. So said, big pharma doesn't see a market for making profit. Why cancer drugs, and I do prostate cancer work as well, they do. So you know, and the pandemic actually reawoke, I think, people around the world about the importance of drugs for infectious diseases, because that pipeline is basically empty. And part of the reason why it's empty, it's not because of the lack of innovation, it's because big pharma didn't saw the lack of profit. And that is a huge, huge issue. Now I will shut up, I promise you. Thank you.
Yeah. How much time do we have?
Well, dinner is here.
If anyone has any questions, I can open the floor as well. Otherwise, I think. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Just to touch on your point, Dana, I think what you said about changing institutional culture really resonated with me, and I feel like my experience, however limited in this type of advocacy, is that that's one of the major roadblocks to like creating change, because convincing people on the other side to want to do the right thing is like really difficult. And so often, like, I feel like we focus on, you know, the policy side, like not convincing them culturally, but more just like forcing them through like the law. And so I was wondering what your experience has been like trying to fuel that cultural change, and like if you had any advice for how we should do it.
Yeah, that's a huge question, and I don't purport to have the answers. I think it'd be a great discussion. If a group wants to coalesce later, we can talk about it. But I think it's a long-term process. And I think a big challenge here is there's a very well consolidated dogma about how things are done, right? How we get new drugs. The public sector puts out a lot of money, and the private sector runs trials, and they bring them in, like, and that is deeply ingrained in the institutional memory of the NIH and the PCO and the FDA. So that I think is going to take a while to change. I guess one thing that I try to do is to look for opportunities, right? Where are there places where we can begin to do and convince people because we're doing it, not because they think it's possible or it isn't, you know what I mean? Like in a lot of ways, I think, we don't have time to win the ideological war. We're never going to win over like the popular opinion poll. The issues are too weird and it's all too difficult to explain, and et cetera. And we're a very ahistorical society. People don't know or care that we did this in the public sector in the past. Like most vaccines were developed in the public sector for 150 years, et cetera. We're not good at that kind of stuff. So things like the California, experiment in public manufacturing and whatever, I think are huge opportunities to sort of start to change culture because it's being done in one way or another. And then all of us sort of claiming and retelling the stories of like the NIH Moderna vaccine, right? A lot of this first and really important vaccine was developed in the NIH, and the NIH kind of handheld Moderna and walked them through the process of getting FDA approval. So the public sector can. Like, we do that. We actually have experience to do this. So I think some of it is storytelling, some of it is doing, some of it we can legislate, right? I think we could create new institutions and give them a new mandate and give them the budget to get things done, but there would then still be work to get the right people in those positions, support them, you know, and begin to change that culture. So I don't think there's an easy answer to that one, but hopefully there's some starting points. If anyone else wants to throw anything else in there.
All right, I think then we will conclude this session. If I could get another round of applause, though. And with that, we'll hand the mic to Justin.
Wonderful. Thank you all for stepping up and being on our panel here. I'll step into camera view. Thanks to the folks online and Kish. Dinner is served, so it's in the hallway. We'll do as we did for lunch, so you'll exit out the left door and go around. But I also wanted to say this is day one of a great multi-day conference, 2 days. So we're looking forward to seeing you here tomorrow as well. We also encourage you to talk to the speakers, talk to these panelists, ask further in-depth questions. Let's dive into that culture conversation over dinner as we break some bread right now. And Kish, thank you so much for joining us online. I wish you could be here in person. We love having your expertise and knowledge base, and for being a great friend to
Yeah,
to
you
UAM.
bet. UAM has changed my life, and near the end of my career now, I am well, I'm supposed to be retired, but
That's never happening.
I'm there to help in any way I can. My apologies. I'm being inducted into my church tonight, so I had to. I could not miss that event, or my wife and family would be very angry with me. So my apologies. But family calls family duties first. So thank you everyone for having me, and have some dinner on me. I wish I was there.
Thank you so much. Awesome. And thanks to everyone for being here today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow as well. And see you in a sec. Oh, one more note. If you are gluten-free or veggie, please see Taylor in the back.